address you with with that name, Abba, Daddy, like Jesus did, is an expression of love overflowing with filial confidence and gratitude. And indeed, today we are so grateful for what is happening. Hallowed be thy name. Although your holiness does not depend on the acknowledgement of creatures, we ask that your most holy name be sanctified and honored everywhere, including today's meeting, but especially at Strapper with the work well done. Thy kingdom come. In your kinship, may we discover the full meaning of servant leadership. Self-sacrifice, authority, life, compassion, justice, mercy, and love. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Father, help us to surrender that which we find most difficult to give up, our self-will. For as St. Paul says, for his sake I have suffered the loss of all things and count them as refuse in order that I may gain Christ and to be found in him. Give us this day our daily bread. We ask you, Heavenly Father, to bless us with your bread and with your word. And forgive us our trespasses, we forgive those who trespass against us. Father, our collective and individual histories are a record of love rejected. May we henceforth never reject your most merciful love. And lead us not into temptation. Our biggest temptation is the feeling of self-sufficiency. May we be always aware of our limitedness. So we ask you finally, Father, to deliver us from all evil. We are aware that one of the greatest punishments for sin is the addiction to the pleasure attached to it. And once we become addicted to the power of sinful pleasure, into whose hands are we most likely to fall? Satan, of course, the evil one. Rescue us from the devil's clutches. We ask all this through Christ our Lord and Savior. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Thank you, Father Paul. So now I'd like to introduce our Executive Dean, Dr. Caesar Mwangi, to give us some opening remarks. Dr. Caesar is the Executive Dean of Strathmore University Business School, and he has academic interests in leadership development, organizational effectiveness, and culture change management. So Dr. Caesar has been with us since 2006 as an adjunct fellow. But Dr. Caesar, I could say very many things, but come on stage, welcome us to the conference, then we can begin. A round of applause for Dr. Caesar.
Thank you, MC Juliet. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It is a good morning. And I see all of you looking alert, awake, excited, and I'm very delighted to welcome you here to Strathmore this morning. Allow me to start off by recognizing some of the collaborators who are here with us today. I'd just like to recognize the colleagues from the USAID, the Private Sector Solutions Office of Economic Growth at USAID. I know they're here, and we're expecting their director later on this morning. That's Marianne Smallwood. I also would like to recognize our various partners, including GIZ, is it GIZ or GIZ? GIZ, through their water and energy for food program. I also recognize the Conrad Hilton Foundation, who have been supporters on a very important program that we run here at Strathmore Business School. And of course, the HF Group, our very wonderful partners who you all know used to be called HFCK, now we call them the HF Group. Of course, I also want to recognize our very own SME conference chair, That is our very own Professor Ruth Kiraka, who is a veteran in our university, in our business school, and she is the conference chair who has managed to organize this, along with her wonderful team, who have done so much work to make sure that we are all here today. We also have a number of esteemed speakers. I will not mention them all by name, but I appreciate all those people who have accepted to be our speakers in this conference. I also appreciate very much the exhibitors and delegates to the SME conference. Those people with their boots on the ground, called entrepreneurs and business people, who daily try and create value and sell that value to others and make a living and create opportunities for so many people. I recognize all of you. There are those who sometimes we forget this particular hall is very clean. There are people who woke up very early in the morning and cleaned it before we got here. Those are our staff members who do the cleaning and the catering, preparing the food for us. I recognize them very much because some of you may have enjoyed some breakfast out there. And those are people sometimes we forget, but we appreciate them because without them, we would not have these wonderful facilities available for us in the condition that they are, and the wonderful snacks that we've just had. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to Strathmore University. And as was mentioned, I work at the business school with all the wonderful people who work there. The business school is just one of the 6 schools of the university, and very much aligned to what we see the university's vision, focused on service to society. The business school focused on that also. Part of that being the small business SME sector, entrepreneurship. We run programs on entrepreneurship there, and that is all part of our service to society. We have a very specific vision that states we want to spearhead Africa's transformation through all the work that we do. So again, this conference is fully aligned. So allow me just to share with you a few remarks at the beginning of this conference. Esteemed guests, partners, distinguished participants, exhibitors, ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense pleasure and excitement that I welcome you today to this 12th Annual SME Conference. It's the 12th one. And we continue in this tradition of having this annual event here at Strathmore and Expo at Strathmore University. This year's conference is dedicated to advocating for that very important area of gender equality and empowering women entrepreneurs by addressing their unique challenges and creating some actionable solutions that will promote inclusivity and, of course, the resultant economic growth. Strathmore University is dedicated to supporting women and the various initiatives that they run and staying true to our commitment. We have a very interesting and very exciting project we run here, which is called the Sisters Blended Values Project, where the women, we also have what we call the Women in Tech competition, which is housed under our IBIS Incubation Center at Strathmore University. And we also have specific executive education programs, such as the Women Directors Leadership Program and the Women in Leadership Program. So we have actually focused on this area of women, developing women, entrepreneurship, and in their own leadership roles. The conference's long-term vision is to transform East Africa's business environment by fostering inclusive practices that uplift women entrepreneurs. It also focuses on women empowerment for women that will lead to broader societal benefits, including and especially enhanced community well-being and, of course, educational opportunities for more and more people. At the end of the day, my dear friends, I know we have men and women in this room. We are trying to really uplift the lives of people. There's a big, big need to create more opportunities. There are so many of our young people. In fact, it's estimated that between 20 and 30,000 undergraduates graduate every year in this country. Out of those, a large proportion of them do not get employment opportunities. So we encourage entrepreneurship very much because that's where opportunities can be created. We also have the bigger picture of the African continent, where we are acutely aware that many of our young people are looking for opportunities to get out of a continent which lacks hope and opportunities for them. And that is witnessed in the north of the continent, where many of those young people try and cross using the very dangerous rubber boats. Half of them die in the Mediterranean Ocean trying to get out. So it is important that we create as much opportunity as possible, and this conference is geared towards that bigger picture. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our partners, that is GIZ, through the Water and Energy for Food program, for believing in our dream to transform entrepreneurship and walking the journey with us this year. To our key partners, including USAID, Conrad Hilton Foundation, the HF Group, and the USAID Strategic Partnership Program, as well as corporates and SME exhibitors who continue to support the success of this vital conference. With these few words, as our MC said, welcome. Our MC said, enjoy yourselves, learn, network, so that you can be empowered to go forth and grow your businesses, create more opportunities, and alleviate the dangerous situation we sometimes face of lack of opportunities for so many young people who are the future of our country and our continent. Those viewers, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you. Enjoy yourselves.
Thank you, Dr. Caesar. Very interesting remarks. I know now you know a lot about Strathmore Business School, isn't it? And the things we believe in and the things that we uphold. So now I'd like to invite Professor Ruth Kiraka. Professor Ruth is an associate professor of management, strategy, and entrepreneurship here at the university. She's also a researcher, a trainer, a consultant, a mentor, and so on and so forth. So Prof, please come on stage, and she's going to set for us context for the SME conference. She'll show you the journey of where we've come from, where we are, and of course where we're looking to go. So a round of applause for Prof Kiraka.
Good morning. How are we doing today? I'm thoroughly excited to see all of you here because we always say, you know, you can plan an event, yeah? And this is a women conference, so when I identify with what I'm going to say, you can organize an event in your house, you cook all the nice meal and everything, and then nobody shows up, right? And then you start wondering, now what do I do with all this food? And in the Bible, it also happened, right? Where the Lord prepares a nice banquet and people do not show up. And then you end up calling other people to come. So I'm so honored that we invited you and you showed up. And I can see people are still coming. It's very, very exciting to see you here for our 12th Annual SME Conference. We've been doing this for that number of years. And even when we thought we could take a break, we had said 2024, maybe we'll not have a conference. Let's reflect. We started getting inquiries in January about our conference in September. So we realized, okay, I think this conference is here to stay. It has a life of its own, and we just have to keep it going because there are a lot of people who are asking about it and who want to be part of us. So my name is Ruth Kiraka, and I help to organize and coordinate the different teams that I'm working with to run this conference every year. So the theme of the conference, 2024, empowering women, building futures. Yeah? And I'm going to ask why women, but it's a focus on empowerment. Yeah? It's a focus on looking to the future. Where have we come from? Where are we going? And the person projecting, please make sure you move at my pace, right? Thanks. What is this pathway to success for women-owned enterprises? Okay. So, and that is a conversation we're going to be having for the next 2 days. I took some time to look for some images of women entrepreneurs, and I said, what does an African woman entrepreneur look like? So these were some of the images that came up. Yeah. Next slide, please. So this woman is open for business. Yeah, the first woman there, she's open for business. She's smiling. Yeah. The next one there, she's tech savvy. She's there with her tablet. She's probably placing her orders, engaging with people, etc. The third photograph there is a beautiful space. Yeah? Women enterprises are beautiful spaces. They're welcoming spaces. They're places that you want to be a part of. Yeah? You can see this lady with her flowers and her plants and everything there. The bottom right, we have that lady who is running her business and her child is next to her, right? So there's this balancing act. You have your children to think about, but the business also needs to grow because you need money to feed that child. You have another lady there. She's on her phone. She's networking. She's engaging with other people. She has her computer there. She's using technology to run her business. You have the woman at the bottom right there. She is smiling. She looks confident. She looks assured. She's probably very excited that her business is doing well. And when I looked for a lot of images about women entrepreneurs, I found smiling, happy, energetic, energized looking ladies who are networking, who are confident, who are focused, who seem to know where they're going. And that is really the message in our conference for these 2 days, that we as women entrepreneurs would be those that other people are looking at and saying, wow, I want to have that kind of a business. I want to be that kind of an entrepreneur. So before I talk about specifically about our conference this year, let me just sort of give an overview of our ecosystem of entrepreneurship at Strathmore University. So at the center there, you have the enterprise, okay? At the center there, you have the enterprise. And at the top, we have the policy dialogue, a policy component. So we have policy dialogues, we have policy research, we do quite a bit of policy research, and we have our SME conference and Expo, which is what we're having today. So that is one of the aspects we look at, and we often look at how do we engage with government to look at policies around enterprise development, and how are we supporting policy through the research that we do, so that we have policies that are responsive to the needs of SMEs. The second one there is the culture. How do we build an entrepreneurial culture? Yeah? Not just at the university, but in the country. So in our context, in our teaching, for example, we use case studies of entrepreneurs, and those who have attended our entrepreneurship programs have encountered these. We'll have guest speakers, we'll have internships for our students, we have role models and mentors, and sometimes we'll engage with you entrepreneurs as role models, as mentors of other ladies or other people who want to be entrepreneurs, and we'll meet some of those role models and mentors even at this conference, so that when you come here, you feel that the conversation about entrepreneurship is running through the many different things that we are doing. Then we also have some support centers. We have the Kenya Small Business Development Centers, and this was launched a few years ago, and we have some development centers for enterprises that in different parts of this country, in Kisumu, in Mombasa, in Nakuru, in Kiambu, in Makueni, in Isiolo, and here in Nairobi at the business school. We have another center called iLab Africa and IBIS Africa. They do a lot of work around incubation and supporting tech companies. And the Women in Tech program is one of those. So Women in Technology is actually a specific program for them that is run through our iLab Africa Center. We have the ISB, which is the Institute for Small Business Initiatives. We have the SEDIC, which is our Strathmore Enterprise Development and Innovation Center, and it is the one that helps to organize this conference. We have the KCIC, which is the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. So all of these are other spaces within our ecosystem that support entrepreneurs in specific areas, and not just in Strathmore or just in Nairobi, but in other counties as well. We have initiatives around access to finance, and part of what we're going to do today is talk about a little bit more about access to finance. We have programs like financing agribusiness value chains, dairy investors, private equity and venture capital, investor readiness programs, business funding, matching grants, and we'll talk about a program that we're going to be launching later today on matching funding. So again, for women, many times we say we're not able to access finance. Is that really the issue? And if it is the issue, how can we prepare you to be investor ready? We also have aspects around marketing and networking, markets and networking, access to markets, another important aspect of for entrepreneurs. So entrepreneurs will say, you know, have a product, I'm not sure where to market it. I'm not sure how to market it. I want to expand my markets. I don't know how to move outside Nairobi or outside whatever county I am in. I want to move to the region. I want to go outside Kenya. I want to go outside Africa. Yeah, I want to go international. Yeah. So we have entrepreneurs networking breakfast sessions. We have what we call captains of industry sessions where we invite some people from industry and they come and they engage with entrepreneurs. They'll pick a particular topic where they can talk to you about maybe accessing international markets and other aspects like that. The SME conference, what we're having now is an opportunity to network and also identify markets that you can get into. We have international trade fairs as well that our entrepreneurs also get to participate in. So there are many opportunities around accessing markets and networking. In our ecosystem, we also look at technology, yeah, and this is really important because we're always saying that everything now, technology is at the foundation of the businesses that we are running. And I don't know how many of us, women entrepreneurs, are using technology to run our businesses, so to run them more efficiently, efficiency in placing orders, in delivering orders, in managing your accounts, in managing your people, in ensuring that you can track, you can be able to do audits and track how money is moving around. So technology-oriented centers, we have the Strathmore Energy Research Center, quite a bit of technology around smart technologies and climate smart technologies. We have again the Kenya Climate Innovation Center, iLab and IBIS Africa. They do a lot of work around technology and they can support you with tech solutions that are specific for your enterprise. And then the sixth part is the human capital, and this is where we have programs that are aimed at capacity building for entrepreneurs and for your employees. Yeah, so we have the owner-manager program, where the owner of the business will come for the program, and we will talk about what it is that you need to be doing as an owner to grow the business and to even think about succession. We have our enterprise development program for early-stage entrepreneurs. We have creative enterprises program, people who are in the creative sector, people who are in music and arts and in other aspects like that. We have the Sisters Blended Value program, and you'll see a number of sisters. I think you can see a number of sisters in our audience this morning. We have a program that we're running specifically for them on how they can turn some of their social work into social enterprises and be able to generate revenues that can support the mission work that they do. Supply chain management programs, fleet management, family business, and then we also have coaching and mentorship, business plan competitions, ideas festivals, and some of those ideas, if they are viable, then can also attract investment, and therefore they move to the aspect of investor readiness and access to finance. So as an entrepreneur, there are so many things that you can benefit from by engaging with Strathmore. So it's not a one-off engagement. The SME conference is just 2 days to highlight many things, but please come back again and again and knock at our doors at SBS, and you'll find something that will be of value to you. Some of our past themes of our SME conferences, we've looked at aspects around innovation, the role of SMEs as engine for economic growth, role of SMEs in transforming our agricultural sector and food security. We've looked at opportunities and markets for SMEs in the African Continental Free Trade Area. As many of you will know, we have this agreement in place now that opens opportunities for doing trade within the African continent. Unlocking SMEs to increase resilience and excellence in uncertain times. And we did this during the pandemic. In 2020, at the height of the pandemic, we had an online SME conference, which was a first for us. Obviously, it was quite new and quite interesting. And the question the SMEs were asking is, how do we navigate the pandemic? And many of them have survived the pandemic, and they've come to tell us how they survived through that 2020 and 2021. And in the following year, we also did something around SME growth and competitiveness through agribusiness. Agribusiness was one of the spaces that I think thrived quite a bit during the pandemic, and so it was interesting to hear how they did it. We also look at how we can engage with some of the initiatives of government, like the Big Four agenda and the role of SMEs. Now we are talking about the better, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. What is the role of SMEs in some of the government agenda items, Vision 2030, and many others. Then we had also the role of cooperatives for sustainable and inclusive SME development. And last year we did something on sustainability and climate resilience. And this was an interesting one because SMEs always ask, is there room for this conversation of climate resilience, climate mitigation, climate adaptation? Is there room for businesses, for small businesses? And they discovered there were so many opportunities, especially, and you get to see a lot of these things at the exhibitions. Businesses that you can start that support climate resilience, climate adaptation, climate mitigation. So here we are, 2024, 12th Annual SME Conference. And this year, focus on women. And when I said to the team that we work with that this year we'll focus on women, the first question I was asked was why? Why are we doing a conference only for women? Aren't we excluding? But if you look in the audience, I think you'll see quite a number of enlightened men who are here, right? So, but why are we focusing on women? And I said, I do so much research on women. I completed one recently on access to government procurement opportunities and whether women are accessing government procurement. I've done others on access to finance. I've done others on funds like the Women Enterprise Fund. And there's some interesting, unique challenges that women face. And our dean highlighted some of the women-only programs you have, like Women in Leadership, Women Directors Program. So I said, so we have so much that we're doing for women. Let's have a conversation with the women, about the women, for the women, and with the solutions for women that are specifically targeted at women. So what are some of these challenges? Inequalities in education. Sometimes women and girls start at an economic disadvantage, without skills, essential skills and knowledge. And this, and as I said, that this is based on research that I've done across the country. One of the studies I did was in 37 counties, another one in 27 counties, so quite representative of what is happening in our country. So this is not just in Nairobi or just what the business school thinks. This is actually based on research. Other challenges are around the laws in our country, discriminatory practices, and especially cultural practices that undermine ownership of assets and access to financial systems for savings and investments. Others is also discrimination in trying to access business and networks and markets. And sometimes the women will tell us, the places where these conversations are held, where networking is happening, is not where we are. We are at home taking care of the family. We are at home taking care of the children or the elderly. We are somewhere else just trying to make sure that our children are able to go to school. We don't have time to network. We don't have opportunities to network. And the spaces where this networking is happening, we are not invited to the table. And we always say, if they don't invite you to your table, you can have your own table and invite yourselves to your table, right? You don't have to go to somebody else's. We can be able to have our own table where we do our own networking. And this is part of our own table, right? Gendered expectations around domestic and care work that limit time, empowerment, and economic participation. And this was also interesting because sometimes women will say, you know what, I think I just want to have a small business or a micro business that just remains micro because I do not have enough time and space to manage the business and many other things that I have to manage. If it becomes too big, I won't be able to cope. So they remain small because becoming big is going to be difficult for them to manage. Although others told us, if it becomes big, my husband will take over. And we have examples of where, when the business is micro, the man even looks at it and says, what are you doing? Yes, I can hear some yeses in the congregation. What are you doing? There was one where the woman entrepreneur even told us that she was making juice, fresh juices at home and selling to restaurants. And the husband was saying, you're not even going to carry that juice in my car, find a boda or something else. And so she'd make her juices and then, take the 5-liter, jerry cans to the different restaurants. And when the business started to grow and she started to make money and she started to buy equipment, suddenly the man was like, you know, this business, I think I need to help you to manage the money. I need to right? General stereotyping by both women and men on the kinds of businesses women can or should run. We found this quite a bit with the study we did on access to government procurement. And some women would tell us that they would go to a government office, they have bidded for a job, they're expecting to get the tender, and this is a job in construction, right? So the procurement officer says, Mama, I think you're lost. Yeah. This is for other people, it's not for women, it's for the others, right? Nyinyi hamtoshi. A woman cannot run a business in construction. You can't construct a road. You can't construct offices. Who says we can't, right? Stereotyping. And so women end up getting excluded. And then family and social attitudes and expectations that undermine women's confidence and self-belief to lead businesses. I am told, imagine I can't run a business. Or if I run a business, it can only be one that I run from my house. They have been made to believe they can't do it. And sometimes that becomes, we profess that ourselves. But actually, I don't think I can do it. Yeah? So lack of self-confidence, lack of self-efficacy, and therefore you never grow because you do not even believe in yourself. These are some of the conversations we want to have in these 2 days, right? And I'm sure they're going to be exciting conversations. Just from looking at the people's smiles as I talk about these things, many of us can identify with some of the things that I'm saying. So what do we hope to achieve in the next 2 days? And even looking at the ecosystem that I mentioned earlier. One is about empowerment, yeah? And you saw that is in our theme. So this conference specifically tailored to women entrepreneurs seeks to provide them with a supportive and empowering environment, yeah? Can gain confidence, access resources, learn from the experiences of other successful women. And we will hear this through the panel discussions we will have, yeah? Providing a safe space for open discussions about experiences, about challenges, and successes without the fear of being dismissed or overshadowed, yeah? You not want somebody saying, that is only for women. It's only women who have. For the men, we don't have. No. Nobody should dismiss the challenge that a woman entrepreneur faces. So this helps to boost a positive entrepreneurial mindset. And we're hoping that you will live here with that positive mindset and feeling very empowered. Visibility is another thing we hope to achieve. Highlighting the achievements of women entrepreneurs through a dedicated conference helps to elevate their visibility and recognition, yeah? And this is further enhanced through the conference exhibitions. Please make sure you visit the exhibitions during the break, and also at the end of the day, we plan to finish the conference by 3 o'clock, both today and tomorrow, so that you have about 3 hours between 3 and 6 where you can visit the exhibitions, get to see what is being done there, get to ask questions from the different entrepreneurs, buy things. We allow the exhibitors to actually carry things that they can sell. So please, I hope you have some resources on your M-Pesa, because there'll be nice things that you just want to buy, okay? So we're increasing the visibility of the women, pursuing entrepreneurship, and also challenging those stereotypes that I mentioned earlier. So visit women there and find them doing businesses that women were told they shouldn't do or they can't do, okay? Networking and support. Yeah, one of the key things, again, as I said, we hope to achieve through a conference like this is an opportunity for you to network. It will be a disservice. You have done a disservice to yourself if you don't live here with at least 20 or 30 new contacts, right? So during the breaks, yeah, find some person you don't know, introduce yourself, exchange business cards, contacts, etc. Yeah? Don't live here the way you came. It will be very, very unfortunate if that happens, right? This journey is lonely enough as it is. So when we give you a chance to come together, please make use of that chance, yeah? So a platform to connect with peers who face similar challenges, find out who you can partner with, who you can collaborate with, who you can be buying from, who you can be supplying to, yeah? So this conference, we hope that it will give you the opportunity to do that. And please take advantage of these opportunities. Learning and knowledge sharing. So we have six panel discussions, and we'll have 2 keynote speeches, but especially the panel discussions. I hope you have some place where you can be able to take notes and pick up a few things that would be, something that would be for you to learn, something that you can reflect on, something that you can follow up about later, something that you might want to read more about. Follow up even one of maybe the speakers that you'll see here, the panelists who come here. You have them on your program, so you might even highlight, oh, that person said something. I'd want to follow up after the conference or during the break and hear more about it. Yeah. So take this opportunity to link up with the people who may share different things during the panel discussions. Ask them more questions. See how you can benefit from some of the things that they might have been saying. So these sessions are also supposed to equip you with some knowledge, some new learning, some insights that can be of value to your business. And then promoting diversity and inclusion. Yeah. And we always say that women are not a homogeneous group. And many times, and I always puzzle about this, when we have initiatives by government for women are put in one box. Yeah? So this is Women Enterprise Fund. This is for all women. Yeah? Expo is for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. So the women in that context are also just one group of women. Uwezo Fund, women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Again, when you think about women, it's all the women are the same. But I think it's fair to say that we are not. I mean, let's face it. The woman rep and the lady who sells you vegetables, you can't put them in the same category. True? But somehow, the initiatives seem to say, as long as you're a woman, you're all the same. Which is why you would even find, again back to my Expo study, that a woman who is very senior in government, has the resources, is still going to fight for Expo tenders. Diversity and inclusion. Let us appreciate there is such diversity, yeah, of women entrepreneurs. And we hope to promote that diversity even in the way we engage in conferences like this and other opportunities that we may have. And we hope that even in our own workplaces, yeah, the young, the old, different socioeconomic backgrounds, different levels of education, coming from different family contexts, there's so much diversity that we need to appreciate. And we hope that that comes through also through this conference. And then lastly, we are going to be launching a very exciting program, one that I'm thoroughly excited about, and this is the Women's Entrepreneurship Incubator Program. And this is funded by USAID, and it's going to be running for 2 years, 2024 to 2026. So we started, we're actually launching it today, so we're pretty much starting. We'll be telling you more later on. You'll see in the program where we have the launch, and at the end of that, we'll even give you a link to where you can actually start to apply. But it's for specific sectors only, so you'll have to see if you're in the sectors that are eligible. But we are going to be launching this program later on this morning. Very, very exciting program to support women with access to finance, but also the other things that I talked about, the mentorship and coaching and training and systems and the different things that you need for your business. So overall, we hope that this Women-Focused Entrepreneurship Conference will serve as a powerful platform for empowering women, promoting gender equality, fostering a supportive and inclusive environment, driving positive change in the entrepreneurial landscape where women can thrive, succeed in their business ventures. Yeah. So as you've seen from the program, we have, as I said, we'll have a keynote and the launching of the WAVE program. We'll have the panel sessions on driving innovation. If you're not very innovative in the way you think about your business and using technology, we'll have a conversation around that. Talking about overcoming challenges, strategies for success. The third panel will focus on funding and investment opportunities for women entrepreneurs, and we'll have some people coming from the financial services space talking a little bit about this. Whoever is moving the slides, kindly move to the next slides. And then the fourth panel, that is day 2, that is from tomorrow, we'll have a keynote by a lady that you absolutely love to listen from. She's the founder, Sally Mahiu is the founder of a business she called the Seasoned Woman. And she's going to tell us about being a seasoned entrepreneur, a female entrepreneur. Building blocks for sustainable growth of women-owned SMEs. Then we'll have panel 4, empowering women through digital transformation. Then you have the aspect of business branding and access to markets, which I mentioned about earlier. And then future trends and opportunities for women entrepreneurs, right? So these will be our 6 panel discussions, 3 today and 3 tomorrow, with a couple of keynote speeches. So please, when we have panel sessions, I encourage you to sit in and learn from those sessions, because the learning is part of what we hope you to get. When there are breaks, network, visit the exhibition stands as well, and learn from there. So every opportunity you have in these 2 days is an opportunity to learn something, is an opportunity to benefit from our conference. Thank you all once again, and I really look forward to engaging for these 2 days. Thank you so much for being here. God bless you.
Let's appreciate her again. Are you excited to have such a full program? You don't sound excited. Are you excited to have such a full program? Prof, we put a construction person here. We did. That's the work of my co-MC, Charles Bodo, did a fantastic job. Let's appreciate him. We celebrate the aspiration that is represented here. The fact that everyone that has come here is aiming for greater, is aiming for more, and is aiming for higher. Is that true? And my hope is by the time that you leave after these 2 days, that the aspiration that represents people who came here by 7 will be met. One of the other things I think I want to celebrate is that in Strathmore we care about women. Not just as in the full scope of it, in view of all the contributions that you make to the different aspects and fabric of our society. So let it be known that as Strathmore, we celebrate and empower every woman that we come in touch with, as our Dean has so ably expressed through our programs and other initiatives, and we will continue to do that. It is a commitment that we uphold with great fervor. Now, I want to give a value roadmap. A value what? Roadmap. I personally believe that success is very intentional, and therefore there needs to be a choice after these 2 days. So for me to be able to imprint that roadmap in our conversation, I will say something and then you will echo it, and then I will say another thing and then you will echo it. How many would be willing to participate in such an exercise? All right, their hands that are down. So I say success, you say choice. I say insight, you say action. Is that an exercise that you're okay with? Let's try. Success, insight, and that's your value roadmap. We are all aspiring for success, but all success is a choice. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with? Exactly. So my hope is that you will be able to have a picture of the kind of success you want to have by the end of this, or continue to have, not begin. Most of you are continuing to have. That was a good place to say yes. Right? And then after that would be the element of what specific choice would you need to make to have that picture come to pass. And then what insight do you need and what action are you going to take? So once more, success, insight. All right, so we are going to go into the panel session, and I'd like to make a bit of introduction. And as I introduce them, I want us to celebrate them even as they come. I hope they are all here. Okay, good. Kindly note also that photos and videography is being taken. I think it's important to state that. And in addition to all the people that were acknowledged by our dear Dean, we also acknowledge the media. They are also present with us, doing a fantastic job. So the first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is a trailblazer in the Africa's frontier technologies and creative sector. He co-founded the Association of Animation Artists Kenya in 2008 and later established 4PM, Kenya's largest WhatsApp group connecting over 500,000 people weekly to job opportunities and global scholarships. As a former distinguished county minister for communication and IT in Kisumu, he introduced groundbreaking initiatives such as the Barefoot Digital Program, which trained over 800 students, helping to position Kisumu as a leading tech hub. A globally recognized leader, he has served on the Rockefeller Fellows Fraternity and is a commissioner on the Kenya Film Commission. Also has served as a commissioner, on the Kenya Film Commission. Currently, he is a senior fellow at the Skoll World Forum and an advisory board member at the African Institute of Blockchain. Kindly, with a round of applause, help me welcome Michael Onyango. Our next panelist is a banking powerhouse with over 22 years of experience in strategic leadership and agile business transformation, currently serving as the CEO of Family Bank. She has risen through the ranks from a management trainee to leading the organization. Nancy Njau has vast experience in building high-performance teams, innovation in client solution, and driving business growth. With numerous professional certificates, she's a certified public accountant, a leadership coach, and an alumna of the prestigious business schools around the world, including Strathmore University, SIBS in Accra, and IESE in Barcelona. Kindly, with a round of applause, help me welcome Nancy Njau to the stage. All right. It is my honor to introduce a dedicated servant leader and financial expert, Sister Consolata A. Alo, who has been a driving force in nurturing leadership within the African Church. She has served as the Executive Secretary of the Next Generational Leadership Program at Tangaza University, guiding academic scholarships and leadership training. With over 2 decades of experience in financial management, project leadership, and organizational sustainability. Sister Consolata also founded Rosa Mystica Products, a social enterprise. She brings a wealth of knowledge and a passion for empowering communities. Kindly give a warm welcome to Sister Consolata A. Alo. The panel just keeps getting better. Introduction, the last one would be, and definitely not the least, we have a visionary entrepreneur, a champion for small and medium enterprises in Kenya. Lois Moirori is the founder and CEO of Seven Stone Investments, an organization that provides business development support to Kenyan SMEs. She also founded the 254 Youth Entrepreneurship Awards, a platform that recognizes and celebrates young entrepreneurs making waves in the industry. Isn't that amazing? With over 12 years of experience in the banking industry and a strong focus on fostering financial literacy, Lois is driving transformative change for SMEs across Kenya. Please welcome to the stage, Lois Moirori. All right. To help us moderate this amazing panel is an expert in family business dynamics and leadership development. Raymond Mutura is the academic director of the Family Business Executive Program at Strathmore Business School, with a wealth of experience in guiding family-owned businesses towards sustainable growth and fostering leadership transitions. Raymond has been instrumental in developing tailored programs that address the unique challenges and opportunities that are faced by family enterprises. His deep understanding of business, strategy, and governance has made him a sought-after advisor and educator. We are honored to have him lead the conversation today. Kindly join me and welcome Raymond Mutura. Come on, we can do a better job than that.
Thank you very much, MC. He told us he's called who? Oga. MC Oga. Yeah? And thank you very much, my distinguished panelists, for being here. I think looking at 2 or 3 ideas that have been mentioned in the welcoming remarks, at some point, Dr. Caesar Mwangi, our executive dean, mentioned something about a kind of a drain. I don't know that we want to call it a brain drain. I think he mentioned, gave an example of having to get our young people going to other places. I felt I would call it a GDP drain. Yeah. So on one hand, we have a GDP drain. Our young people are going away, and then Professor Kiraka mentioned many things. But I think one of the ones that piqued my mind is this idea that many SMEs have always felt that the challenge to growth and innovation is access to finance. So I'm hoping my distinguished panelists here will be able to help us to demystify that is probably not the issue. I was just looking at the statistics of how many SMEs are there in the country, and we have an old statistics out of our National Bureau of Statistics. It's never been updated unless Professor Kiraka has a new one. We still have a 2016 statistics that says we have 7.5 million SMEs. They say that they contribute 40% of GDP. And then I decided to look at the statistics of how much China, I think China is beginning to be one of the big countries around, and I think it mentioned that they have a 60% GDP. From an employment point of view, there are all manner of statistics, 60, 70% employment, 80 sometimes. I hope we will be able to get the updated statistics with time. But I was just trying to ask ourselves with all this vision, how much do you think we should grow? Because this is what the panelist wants to tell us. We are at 7.5 million SMEs, and we are saying we are contributing 40% to GDP. How much should we grow by GDP so that our team here can tell us how we can grow to that? What percent? What percent should we grow? 70. 70 going. Which other number? 80. Okay, let's have it at 80, which is quite ambitious. So the distinguished panel, we are saying we need to double GDP. And we've heard that our topic is driving innovation and growth. I just wanted you to begin by helping us reflect on what that means. Already we've been given a number, yeah? We need to double it. We need to grow by up to 80%. What does that mean from where you sit? Yeah, and also based on what you do with the women enterprises. What does that mean? Just looking at our topic, driving innovation and growth. We'll probably start with the distinguished CEO, Nancy.
All right, thank you very much, Raymond, for the opportunity. I'm very excited to be here, especially noting that we are having a conversation around women and women who are in business, professional women, and everyone who is a woman. And I'm not excited because I'm one of them. That's not the only reason. But I'm excited because I know that there is power in women. And women are very unique, right from the way the Creator decided to create them. They're very unique. And our uniqueness is our strength. So even as I sit here, I'm very happy to know that we're having this conversation, and a woman is able to transform and impact the society. So I'm very excited. I'm a believer of transformation and impact, and I believe by the end of this conversation, we'll have transformed. Going to the discussion of today, there is absolutely no reason why we shouldn't get what we have just said, 80%. It is possible. And I'm happy that we've not settled at 70%, because the first place that we win this battle is in our mind. So when we say we want to grow, when we say we want to innovate in terms of our business, that is where it starts and stops. So it's quite encouraging that we want to grow. In terms of innovation, I think it's a question of asking ourselves, in whichever enterprise that we are in, is how do we do things differently so that we can get much more value. I know we are engaged in enterprises, businesses, or maybe in your profession, and you're creating value. Around innovation is asking yourself, how can I create more value? What do I need to do? What new methods of doing business do I need to engage in so that I can create more impact as I continue running my business? So that's a question that you need to ask yourself. Is there something that you need to change? Because status quo will not take you where you want to go. Whatever brought you here will not take you where you want to go. Just think around, what do I innovate? Is it a new product that I need to introduce within my business? Is it a new frontier that I need to check on? Is it around my digital exposure that I need to expand? That's a conversation that we need to have. In terms of growth, we have to think about what do we need to do to increase. Simply, growth is about increase. Whatever you want to do, how do you increase? How do you increase your revenues? How do you increase your sales? How do you increase your outlets? For example, if you look at your distribution network, how do you increase it? And once you have all these conversations in place, then that growth that we so much desire, it's going to be obtained. And it's not going to be, it's not just going to happen. It's something that you have to be very deliberate. It's something that you have to be very, very intentional around it. And we have examples even in this country and beyond, where you see enterprises that started as very small enterprises, maybe micros of the micros, and now they are very big enterprises. And one of those enterprises is the one that I represent here this morning, Family Bank. It started as an idea, just like your enterprise today. How do you continue driving growth? How do you continue innovating around your business until it becomes a force to reckon with within the industry that you operate?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nancy, for those remarks. Try to demystify for us the two terms, innovation and growth. Lois, I know you've worked a lot with young people. You've worked with, you're very focused and passionate about grassroots. What would you say about these two ideas of innovation and growth? What does it mean, and for the women you're working with?
There we go. Good morning, everybody. Nice to see these lovely faces with the expectations that you have. When I heard Professor Kiraka talk about mentorship, very close to my heart, because working with young people, that is what they need. When driving innovation, we look at, we try to understand where they're coming from and their background. And I'm talking in terms of the young people that we work with. When I think about the young women, especially that we work with in the grassroots, it's interesting how they've been able to leverage on technology to drive innovation. And I don't know how many of us have a TikTok page. How many of us are on TikTok? Why are you laughing? I just joined like 2 months ago. I don't think I've even posted anything on TikTok. But working with young people, and I've seen how they've been able to leverage on technology to use the digital platforms to be able to drive their businesses, to drive their brands, and to actually communicate with their fans. They build a fan base and then create a client base at the same time when they're using these platforms on some platforms like Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. So I have actually learned from them myself. Coming from the banking industry, it is a very critical and I can say very interesting industry to work in. That jump and coming into the SME sector, myself now being the SME that I was serving when I was in the banking industry, you get to experience different challenges and you have to ask yourself, so how do I innovate? I'm very excited because I was part of the team that was organizing this event, and I'm very passionate because bringing women together and providing a networking forum like this really helps them broaden their thinking. They think outside the box. And I'm happy because we have sponsors that have come on board to support some SMEs and women-led SMEs to actually be able to showcase their products and services. And this is what we do with county governments and also with learning institutions. We support them in organizing platforms like this and even mentorship programs and workshops and of course training programs for SMEs as well. We've seen SMEs and especially women learning from one another. And I don't know if you have been able to actually walk through the exhibitions and you have seen how the SMEs themselves, the exhibitors get to learn from one another. They get to partner with one another. And that is what I love when we are organizing platforms like this for SMEs. If some of you are on TikTok, is because there's one lady called Angie on Boards. I don't know whether you've heard about Angie on Boards. I don't know, Michael, how many has heard about Angie on Boards? Right? Aren't you fascinated by how she's been able to leverage technology to actually train women on bonds? As a banker, I learned about bonds from Angie, right? She's been able to leverage on social impact as well to be able to build her client base and also to build a fan base now that has become a dedicated follower for, sorry? I thought it was a question. She's been able to build a very strong fan base as well as a client base. Myself learning from Angie and how she's been able to utilize this and how she started her enterprise and her consultancy firm. She's a treasury bond consultant and advisor as well. But she started as a vendor on TikTok and on Instagram. She used to sell clothes, but she is a financial analyst. And she asked herself, how can I be able now to get into my passion of training women, especially on bonds? And she has been able to do that very well. And she started by training, and by training women on bonds, she's been able now to set up her own consultancy firm. And she started doing it for free. So when we talk about innovation, I cannot point it to leveraging on technology. Yes,
very
thank
good.
you.
Thank you, Lois. Lois, I think so far, Lois is telling us that among other things, one of the ideas on growth is using digital innovations. You'll probably tell us more, especially the challenges on how maybe some women may have the fear to use that type of technology. Thank you very much. Sister, you are a financial expert. I didn't know you actually set up Rosa Mystic. I know a few people who always go there to escape to study a bit. So it's impressive to know that you're doing that. And I know for you, you will speak a lot more from a social enterprise perspective, especially looking at the congregation and the sisters. What can you say about growth and innovation in relation to social enterprises that many of the sisters here are putting together?
Thank you, Raymond. Thank you so much, and thank you for having me. Raymond, allow me to make an observation. I was a student here in Strathmore some years back, and I used to see this conference taking place every year, but I never saw any sisters participating. And now when I came today this morning, I was delighted to see a good number of sisters, and that is already a sign of growth. I'm very grateful for this partnership of Quaker Hilton and Strathmore that is bringing sisters to the light. Before I get into what you have asked me, I want to mention that as religious women, some of us are coming from a background where our founding sisters or our founding fathers came from the West with a lot of resources, and they established schools, hospitals, and many projects where we have been serving in our various apostolates. At that time, they told us that we should not be worried because there were enough funding. They told us that if you are worrying, then it means you probably did not have faith or you did not have vocation. They also told us that we should behave like birds of the air, that they don't work, but they get something to eat. And we relaxed. But over time, they have gone back, or they are going back. And they have also gone with all the resources. And now they have left us at a situation where we have to find our way out. And that is one of the reasons that we have gotten involved now in enterprising, because we discovered that the monies that they were bringing over to us were also being generated by their families who are doing businesses and getting surplus, and that was sent here. We also discovered that some of them were entitled to family inheritance, and that inheritance was brought over here. But as African women, Africa culture is reluctant in subjecting women to the inheritance, you know that? And so we have to find our way, because as women, religious specifically, we have those projects already established, and we need to establish more because a lot is happening, growth is happening, there are so many needs happening. So we discovered that we have the potential that if we start such businesses and we get these spaces like this conference, we will be able to learn more and get more skills. Now, coming down to the topic of innovation, it's so exciting because in the world of today, innovation is taking the center space. If you want to maintain your enterprise, even let's look at the benefit of technology in a very small way, even M-Pesa services. You probably does not even need a serious phone to operate your business through M-Pesa. You can make a call, you can transfer money, you can make your orders, and you can continue in this business even without moving spaces. And I think when we expound on that in many other innovation opportunities, we will be able to go very far. And I look forward in this discussion because I know we are going to scale up even in acquiring more skills. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sister, and for painting the picture of the past and what then needs to happen in the present. Very interesting insights there. Again, she mentioned something around innovation, using M-Pesa. And of course, as a country, we have to be aware that we are very far. Looking at the technology that we've been able to put together for doing transfers of money between people and also between businesses. MO, as you are called, Michael Lonyango, founder and CEO of the Forgotten Bottom Millions. Yeah, I hope you have worked. You tell me you work in all the 47 counties, so I hope you're working with all the forgotten bottom. How many do we have forgotten bottoms in Kenya?
Wow. Okay, so everyone. Thank you. Yes, this is better. It's great to be amongst you here, and just for some background, it literally took pulling me to be here, because I refused to come, because I was telling Lois that this is a platform for women, and I felt that I was coming to take a space which ordinarily should be for women, and I felt that it was very unfair for me to be sitting here when there's very few places that women actually have access to speak to themselves. But Lois and I are in one of the groups that you've probably heard Raymond speak about, the Forgotten Bottom Millions. Very briefly, we are a social media group. We're on WhatsApp. The reason why we're set up on WhatsApp is because we ensure that anybody who has access to a smartphone can get access to all the resources that we share at no cost every single day on a whole lot of eclectic and different opportunities that allow people to get access to opportunities that ordinarily they would not know where they are, and all our opportunities are verified. But let me get a bit more into the question about how to increase our GDP. And for those who have never been in a place where I am, I normally shoot straight from the hip. I do not know how to mull over things. So let me get right and say this. I'm happy that the women in the room today, and the truth of the matter is this country is in a total mess, and for us to increase our GDP, if we're not addressing the root cause, which is thievery, then we're pretending. Yes. We can speak about all the innovation, we can speak about increasing this, increasing that, but nothing's going to happen. So let's speak about plugging the holes. Now, as women, you have a very strong soft power, which I want to appeal to you to use. Each of you have a place in your homes where you must talk with us and tell us to do what is right. And you must not accept proceeds of illicit corruption that are brought into your homes or into your institutions as gifts and as things which are so-called running your businesses or your homes. All of you seated in this room, all of you have access to one of the 7 elected representatives who were on the ballot, from MCA all the way up to governor. There are 7 people before I even go to the executive. And before we talk about the executive, the amount of corruption that happens within your counties, within the places where you are, you need to stem it. If you stem that, we'll be having a total different conversation this morning and in this room. You cannot have these MCAs, these MPs, these senators, these women reps, all of them, some of them are your cousins, some of them are your sisters, some of them are your nephews, some of them are your aunties, some of them are your uncles. Yes or no? Thank you. Call them out. Call them out. Let's stop pretending as a people. Let us deal with the real issues. We have the technologies. That is not any issue to us. As a people, and I kid you not, we are so well sought and respected across the world. Anywhere, right now as I'm sitting here and speaking, whether it is in Korea this morning, or whatever time zone they're in, whether it is in Brazil, whether it's in Switzerland, whether it's in America, if there's any international conference that is going on, I kid you not, there's a woman who's a Kenyan who is speaking. Yes or no? So what are we pretending about? Let us solve our issues here at home. Let us stop being thieves. And I can say this confidently. Some of us sitting in this room who are so-called doing successful SME businesses, those proceeds have come from corrupt deals. Yes or no? And you're coming here to tell us how I'm doing so well. Lois, this is the reason why I was refusing to come here. This is the reason why I was refusing to come here. So, I will tell you, as 4BM, since 2016, we have people, we have women who are currently working, who have businesses running across the world, across this country, who have received grants, who have received training at no cost, because we have a system of people that work behind the scenes, that use technology, that are able to screen out and look for these opportunities and ensure that Kenyans have access to it. Last night, when I was watching news, I was watching, there's something about somebody who was, had conned people, and people were complaining how they had lost money. And I was saying, you know, if 4BM was charging people money, people would so readily come and pay. But because we're giving people free things, people love to be conned. I don't know what it is, and especially women. Why do you love being conned? Why do you love going to a place where someone is telling you, give me 100,000, you know it is a lie, but yet that is where you're going? So I'm hoping that beyond this panel and the other panels that are going to come up here, let us not talk about theoretical things, nice papers and everything things. Let us drive into the matters, and let us hold our leaders accountable to what it is that they must do. Thank you.
Thank you, Emo. Thank you, Emo. He has already brought a thorny topic that we need to look at, ethics. Probably he'll expound more as we begin now going into the challenges that we have in getting women not to move to growth or move to innovation. Yeah. So we are waiting to hear more, because even if we've had proceeds of theft, maybe we want to change. So how do we change? Yeah. But maybe I can go back to the CEO, and I think she started talking about mindset, and I don't know what other topics and ideas she has. Of course, she's given the example of Family Bank, having started from an idea to now a big bank. I don't know how many branches you are at now. But if we were to look at this topic of mindset as a potential challenge, and specifically for women, what can we say? Maybe one of them is corruption. I don't know. We can get Mo to talk about more about corruption. But what do you see where you sit in the bank? What's this mindset problem and challenge, if you can expound it? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Raymond. And I want to pick from where Emo has said, and I agree with him. But I also want to submit to us this morning that there are successful enterprises that have been built with a lot of integrity. So it is not everyone, there are those people, it is true, and we are not ignorant of that fact. But I can tell you, you also have a space in this country to build a successful enterprise without corruption. So I think that needs to sit well, and that is a call that MO is calling us to do. So whatever we are building, let us build it ethically. Let us build it with a lot of integrity. And I want to tell, if I refer you to our social media platforms, Family Bank, you'll see success stories of women that we have supported right from when they were young. And we can tell you, we've walked the journeys with them. We can see how they are able to grow right from when they are very small enterprises, and now they are very big. And I'm inviting you because this week we are celebrating our first anniversary of our Queen Banking proposition. Queen Banking, we launched it last year, which is, we have looked at women, what are the needs that we can give to a woman, the financial needs and non-financial needs, and how do we support them to run their businesses. And some of those success stories that we are featuring on our platforms is actually to demonstrate that you can run a successful enterprise as a woman. And there are financial institutions that are ready and willing to walk the journeys with you. So number one, about mindset. You can run a successful enterprise without corruption, with a lot of integrity. And someone said, I can't remember the exact person, but there's someone who quoted and said, if you think you can, you're right. If you think you can't, you're also right. So it's a question of what is the frame of your mind. If you're opening a business, I can tell you, there is no one who opens or who starts a business to fail. We have very big plans, isn't it? We have very big plans. We see ourselves opening and running successful enterprises, employing so many people. And that is it's a very good start it's a very good space to start, because you can't be thinking about how you're going to open a business today or to start an enterprise today and close it tomorrow, isn't it? You'll not be able to move. So those big dreams are very good. And it starts with an idea, which I believe if you're here and you don't have an idea, you'll definitely get one by the time we leave here. And if you're here and you've already started, it's a question of how do I progress it forward. Number two, about mindset. It'd be very unfortunate if you think that you'll start an enterprise and you don't experience any challenge along the way. That is a recipe for failure. So I think it's a question of, in your mind, you know, yes, I've started this enterprise, yes, I'm going to move, but there are obstacles, there are challenges that will come. But every challenge presents an opportunity. So even as you run your business, as you run your enterprise, and you meet a challenge, don't stare at it, ask yourself, what is the opportunity here? What is this opportunity that is being presented by this challenge? I can tell you, and when we had the challenge of COVID, and I'm not talking about COVID billionaires and millionaires, I can tell you there are people who saw that as an opportunity. And remember, not the billionaires and the millionaires, but there are people who seized that opportunity, that challenge that we had, that health challenge, and they started enterprises. I have seen customers who previously were running enterprises, but during COVID, they realized that there are enterprises that are called essential services. Did you know that before COVID? We didn't know. So you realize that there are some people who all of a sudden realize, hiya, my business is not an essential service. And we have customers who innovated themselves and said, now I'm having this one line of business, but now it's being threatened by extinction through COVID. I need to think about what is this essential service that I need to provide. So we just need to have a very, very open mind. Our attitude needs to be right. Because then if you don't have that attitude, you'll give up along the way. Raymond has asked me about Family Bank. We started way back in 1984. 1984, we are celebrating 40 years. And 40 years is not a mean achievement, 40 years. And it started with one branch. Today, as we speak, we are having 95 branches across this country, serving 32 counties out of the 47. But has it been all rosy? Definitely no. We've had our ups, we've had our downs, we've had our good times, but the thing is, don't give up. And it's always good to compare yourself, again, mindset and attitude, with those people who are successful. Unfortunately, we compare ourselves with businesses that are closing. You know, you start saying, even this one started and they closed. The moment you get into that space, you are accelerating your what? Your extinction, isn't it? You're going to close. So it's mindset. Why aren't you comparing yourself with that business that opened and it's successful? Because the moment you start comparing yourself with an unsuccessful business, everything within yourself rallies itself towards you being unsuccessful. The moment you say, I have to succeed, I have to move on, it doesn't matter. This obstacle, what do I need to do? And I can tell you, and we've heard even from the panelists here, they are partners who are ready and willing to walk the journey with you. But the question is, do you even know them? Do you know them? Do you know where they exist? Some of us, we are so confined to our business premises, we actually don't know what is happening out there. I challenge people, they say, nowadays I don't even watch news. It's so, I know some of us, it's so depressing, isn't it? But it's so toxic. And then we shut ourselves and we say, I don't want toxicity. But in the process, there are some opportunities that are coming. We've mentioned about grants. How will you know the grants that are there? If you just say, I don't even read newspapers, I don't want depression, you'll be depressed. Or your business is not working right. So what I'm saying is, let's be very open. And let us also remember, as Mo has said, we have a responsibility in this country. And as Family Bank, where we sit, we decided, fine, there's this woman. I am happy that Professor, in the introductory remarks, actually highlighted majority of the challenges that we go through. And we ask ourselves, how do we intervene? How do we make sure that then this woman is supported to deliver? Because women can. The moment a woman says, I'm going this way, regardless, they will go there. So I want to encourage us, the right mindset. Regardless of the noise that is there, they always say, even when the cloud is very dark, there is a what? A silver lining. I want to believe, even with the current situation in this country, there is something positive that we can identify and leverage on and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I actually want to go to Sister Consolata because I think you painted a very good picture. I know you're burning to comment and say something more to what Nancy has said, but I was just wondering, as you also answer or add to what she's saying, how can we move from, or what other initiative or ideas have you had, or examples you've had of saying, okay, now we are dependent on ourselves. We are going to look at something within the congregation, within our talents, and put it forward. And probably encourage some of the sisters here who are looking at social enterprises, as you also comment on what Nancy has mentioned.
Thank you so much, Raymond. I want to add on what Mo said and what Nancy has said. They said that we put corruption aside and thrive. But I also want to remind us that let us avoid free things. Why am I saying so? Some of us in this room, have been conned. As innovation and technology is taking us a step higher, there is also cybercrime coming with it. And those who, quote unquote, like free things, you may find, I don't know, our contacts are all over. Because anywhere you go, you have to register, you have to put your number, your ID, and all that. So I think these con men, or now they are con people, they pick our contact and they reach out to us. And they get to know what we are doing. And they engage us. And then when you feel trapped, you open up and share. And they deceive you. And they tell you that, okay, Sister Consolata, you said you are supporting the orphans? Yes. We are going to bring you containers of support for your institution. And you share this so excitedly. And then when you do that, you keep on engaging with them until they will ask you for some money, and without realizing, you will give them so that they bring you the containers, and it will never come. Another scenario you will find in your emails, you have been sent for a mail that you have received a grant. How do you receive a grant when you did not apply for it? And so I want to remind us that let us work for earn what we have worked for, and close our ears to those who come to persuade us with free things. Now, getting back to what my colleagues have said, mindset. You have a business. I told you, or it was read in the bio, that me and my companions, we revamped a business of our community. It's called Rosa Mystica Products, ROMIP. And we used to have that business since 2009. We sell fillet and tilapia to subsidize the community resources. But we used just to confine ourselves to the 10 households around Karen where we are. It was never registered, and so we were not visible. So in the last 3 years, when we learned that we could do something more, we are talking about innovation, we followed up that we needed to register the business. When you register the business, you follow all those processes through to Kenya Bureau of Standards, you get certification, then you are able even to look out now for the funding. You cannot apply for business funding or bank loans when your business is not registered. Then we come to complain that I applied to Nancy at Family Bank and I was not given because of a woman. But I think in this case, because we have not followed the right processes. So as we innovate to move out to become more visible, we should also follow all the processes that is required to have our businesses authenticated and certified. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sister. So I think there we have something basic, registration, okay? Following procedure, following what things need to be done. There's a lot, and I know I want to now address this to Luis and Michael Emo. This notion that people, and SME mainly, want to remain informal. Why do they want to remain informal? Because if they remain informal, maybe then they don't have the opportunity to get the grant. Maybe then they don't have the opportunity to walk to Family Bank. Do you want to talk to this informality? Because I know you're talking also to a lot of you're moving towards from micro. A lot of the people you're dealing with are at micro. So when we are talking about growth, we are looking at them moving from micro to at least SME. So, and there is this notion in Kenya that if you become formal, the taxman appears, okay? So you better just remain informal and and you know, sometimes when you look at it, people are so informal, but Kajo asks for some money, I have to pay. Then he always comes there. So he has a payroll. He's one of your payroll members. How do we get out of this thinking of informality, of smallness, of not moving towards being open as a business? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Raymond. Allow me first to take you back to the mindset conversation. It's very interesting because I'm an entrepreneur, right? And a lot of us are SMEs. And I see why Michael, and I know the group that we're in, it's always a fight. He's our admin, and it's a fight, right? I work with young people, and young women to be precise. And then the women that we work with as well believe in this country, you cannot make money genuinely. And it's difficult to change that mindset. It has become so difficult, right? I'm excited when I hear, you know, and I know what Nancy has been doing in that space in trying to really push women, because a lot of their products really promote the growth of women, and I love some of your products that you're offering in the market. But again, the attitude that women have when it comes to the loan facilities, the credit facilities, when you sit with women and you have conversation around bank loans, and I'd want to take this back to you, Nancy, they're traumatized. The experiences a lot of women have when it comes to credit facilities and loans, some of them have been auctioned, right? And we know that the kind of products and services that a lot of banks, and I'm one of a person being a former banker, I truly go back to a lot of your websites. I go to Family Bank, Housing Finance, I know they were here, KCB, and I look at the products and services that you offer. But you ask a lot of our women out here, why is it that it is hard for us to be able to approach financial institutions to work with us? They are so much drawn, and Michael talked about taking free things. They believe that loans are not going to work for us. They're not going to work for us, right? Because at the end of the day, they are seeing other women succeeding using the shortcuts. And they're actually thriving. And unfortunately, as much as we want to leverage on technology, social media has also painted a picture whereby people are thriving, right? They're thriving, but they're not showing us the struggles behind that success, right? So when you talk to young people, and especially when you're having mentorship sessions with them, they have made up their minds that they want to be entrepreneurs. They are online trying to make quick deals on Forex, right? Because they have tried. I'm an entrepreneur, and I can tell you sometimes it can be tempting, right? It can really be tempting, right? You know, you're laughing because it's true. It can be tempting. Sometimes people will come and give you a good deal, a good government deal. But you think back and you ask yourself, it has been very difficult to trying to make it out here, right? It was very, I remember when I was a banker, it was a bit easier because you see you have a paycheck at the end of the month, right? If you're employed. But when you're an entrepreneur, you're thinking about all the bills that you have to pay. You're thinking about rent. If you're your family, you know, if you're your wife, you know, stuff like that, you have to provide for your family. So I want to talk as an SME, right? When I got into entrepreneurship, it was very difficult. And I want to admit I was tempted at one point. When people come and give you deals, you're thinking, it has been very hard for me to break through, you know? So you'll definitely start thinking of ways to make money and make money quickly, right? To make ends meet. Young people right now, Raymond, a lot of young people, they don't want to get employed because they're seeing their colleagues who they graduated with, they're driving the Range Rovers, they're driving the TXs because they are interacting with the entrepreneurs. Yeah. This thing we call Forex, I've tried to follow through. I'm trying to really understand how people are making money. I don't know how, guys, how are people making money on, I don't know, I tried. Myself, I tried, and I think, sister, I was conned. It's so bad because it is so bad. But are you thinking like an entrepreneur? Are you thinking as an SME? Because we've tried so many businesses, and they have failed.
Yeah, right?
Very
well. Thank you very much.
We have tried.
Yeah,
so,
thank you, Louise. Thank you very much for those insights. But I think one of the things you're beginning to mention, which started being covered by Nancy when she was defining innovation. Because we are saying that when we are a good SME or we are a good business, we need to be very clear on what is our product or what is our service. And then when we are talking about innovation, of course, we are looking at, okay, so how do I improve? How do I enhance the product? How do I enhance the service? Or how do I enhance the way of delivering, etc.? But in this, and I think it goes back to the question of formality or informality, because of course we have that problem for entrepreneurs and also for employers, that the young people of today are having a challenge to consider employment or consider hard work, which is another problem. Yeah, well, that one we will discover and solve it maybe in the next conference. But for now, for those SMEs that are familiar and are aware that, look, for me to be able to make money, I need to be formal. I need to get out of informality. I need to get out of thinking the government. In fact, one of the things in the government on e-teams, for example, is a good initiative. I know at the end of the day we may complain that the money is all going somewhere and then it will be eaten. But as an initiative, it's an interesting initiative to be able to know how much money we are making from also informality. In fact, informality will end if we look at e-teams as one of the solutions. Do you want to talk about this issue of informality, Emo?
Certainly, I do want to address it. And look, we all do things with the expectation of a benefit. So if you're telling me to move from informality to be formal, I want to look around me, I want to look at my neighbor, or I want to look at a separate business and see that business X or business Y moved from informality to formality, and because of that, they have grown by X, or this has happened. Unfortunately, we do not have those examples in place. They're not there. And it is sad that those who truly struggle to move to formality and are trying to do it the right way get hit the hardest, as opposed to the others who are so known and know how to work the system. So again, I will say that first and foremost, the great thing, and what I love about all of us in this room, is that, let's stop this lie where we complain that, the reason why we're in our situation is because we have bad leaders and everything else. No, we don't have bad leaders. Let me tell you, the leaders that we have look exactly like yourselves in this room. It's a fact. Because when you all vote, you vote for that person who looks like you, who will do exactly what you want done. Those crooked things, and those are the people that you want there. So we've created this problem for ourselves. However, problems are also very good, because within problems, there's loads of opportunities, which is a great thing. So there are loads of opportunities in this so-called crisis situation that we seem to see ourselves in. And I'll just very quickly probably just give some opportunities straight away that young people and people who are looking towards doing business from formality to, from informality to informality can actually think about. Did you know that every single day, as a nation, we spend over 2 billion shillings on food? Yes, that's what we spend on food. 2 billion shillings every day. So, if you're thinking about business, that's one of the first places to think of. In terms of post-harvest loss from our farms, we lose about 30 to 40%. So whatever you harvest for the farm never ever gets onto the table because of either poor storage methods or things like that, which means that if we just reduce that, we could feed 4 million more people out of that. So this gives us some ideas of areas in which our young people can start working around. It is interesting, avocados. Let me just give you a very practical example. How many rotting avocados do you normally see in the marketplace? But do you know how simple it is to make avocado oil? Do you know that it's cheaper and it's much healthier than all the oil you're buying on the store? What is stopping a young woman from having capital of only 1,000 shillings and buying avocados worth 1,000 shillings and making avocado oil and starting to sell? And over a period of 6 months, moving that into a formal business. But however, let's also be fair. We have been bombarded with multiple bills, as you've probably seen them all, to simply come and ensure that as small-scale holders who are informal people, the noose is getting tighter and tighter on our necks. But that is because, again, our representatives are not taking care of us. Women, please listen to me. You are the key to the soft power of our problems. I am appealing to you. Go back to your households. Go back to your husbands. Go back to your brothers. Go back to your sons. Go back to your uncles. Those governors, those MPs, those senators, all those people, and make them do what is right. Because this country cannot continue the way it is. We are such a rich nation. Imagine with all the theft that has taken place, we're still surviving. No, think about it. How is that possible? IMF has not given us any more money. But women, I am here because you are the soft power. So if we can get the things in the household right, these are the things that Raymond are asking me about and we're all discussing here, are very easy to solve. But we've got to get it right from within our houses.
Thank you. Thank you very much. MO has insisted policies and programs is the key. I'll allow one or two questions from the audience. I know we are running out of time, and then just ask the panelists to give us a quick response to that, and then probably do a parting shot. One or two burning questions from that side. We have, there's somebody there from this side. Any question from this side? Okay, then I think we can take the question from somewhere in the middle there. The people on the mic. Thank you. So there's a question that, near the door, and then there's somebody else somewhere here in the middle. Thank you very much. Okay, of course, there are many examples of good businesses, and I'm sure Nancy already has alluded to it. She's told us to go to the social media page, and we'll see many, many interesting stories. Yeah? Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'm happy to be here. My name's Elizabeth. And I want to thank you, Mr. Michael, for the touch on moving from informal to formal. And that, I think, for the SMEs has been a big challenge. I'm in agribusiness, I'm doing dairy farming, and I have moved now from selling my milk to cooperative, and I'm going towards processing of yogurts and other products. But one of the challenges we have as SMEs is the policies do not, the government policies do not allow for growth. In this way, the time I stopped selling my milk from the cooperative and I started processing, I start small because I'm a small person. But when I went to the market, I find government policies that demand me to have all procedures in place. In this way, they expect me to have the machinery, they expect me to have a line, they expect me to have all the regulatory requirements met. And I want to throw this to the panelists and to ask those who are responsible in helping the SMEs to grow. How do we navigate around this? How do we grow? How does the government come in to support growth without necessarily pushing us? Mr. Michael has said that when you want to move from informal to formal, the first moment to get out, you're hit back. And that is what happened to me. I was hit back. I was asked, do you have this? Do you have this? Do you have this? And we cannot be able to get it in one day. So how can we navigate around such kind of policies that do not allow for growth?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I'm sure the panelists have heard. And then let's pick the other question somewhere in the middle, so that then we have both the questions and then we get the panelists to answer. Maybe as we get, okay, we've already got it to the person. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wanjiko. I'm happy to be here. Thank you to our panelists. My question would be directed at the finance panelists. Just to add on to what Lois mentioned, and just also adding on from informality to formality. Very many people are shying away from that, mostly because with the SMEs and trying to just foster growth, credit in this country is extremely expensive, and it's almost unsustainable when you're starting off something. And on one hand, we're being told the worst thing you could do, to try and get capital is to go for a loan. On the other hand, and which I completely agree with all the panelists in terms of integrity, we are being told, let's not go for the free things, let's not go for the shortcuts and so on and so forth. Let's say no to illicit money. So which is which? What do we do here? Because getting credit is so risky. We end up getting auctioned. Our businesses fold before they take off. So that's really my concern.
Thank you very much. Maybe, Nancy, you can talk to this issue of capital, and probably you can mention something about how to work with government, or initiatives or ways SMEs can work with government or advocate with government so that it's not too difficult.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much, Raymond, and thank you, Elizabeth and Wanjiku, for the question. I think for Elizabeth's question, I'm not sure I really have the authority in terms of government policies that regulate or that support MSMEs or SMEs growth. But I believe that we can have lobby groups and also advocacy just to make sure that then some of these issues and some of these hindrances are brought to the fore. And through our representatives, as MO is challenging us, let's see how we can bring those ones out so that the government can create a very good environment for us to do business. In terms of source of capital and a loan as part of source of capital, I want to submit to us that credit, which is a loan facility, remains a significant source of capital for most businesses. And I want to encourage us not to shy away from taking credit facilities from financial institutions. Why am I saying this? I can dare submit and say majority of these successful enterprises that we see, it's highly unlikely that you will find one that has never had access to a credit facility from a financial institution. It's highly unlikely. And we've walked journeys with customers that I've seen grow, and it was, I was engaging one which was quite interesting, because he was telling me since 1978, when he walked into a bank and he was given a loan, he has never slept a single day without a loan. Since 1978. How many years are those? 46 as we speak. And he told me he now has a reorder level. You know that you normally have reorder levels for your stock. He has a reorder level for credit. Then he knows, okay, oh, my loan is coming down. I'm going to clear it next year. Then he looks for what next? What else do I do? And honestly, you find that that person has grown. However, when you're taking a credit facility, and allow me to say this, the challenge that we experience is you find that somebody wants to be funded, and sometimes we do misrepresentation. Why do I say misrepresentation? You've started a business, and because you know, if I go to Family Bank today, they look at my account operations, and they see how my business is doing. So what do? We have people who actually do something we call window dressing an account. You window dress your account, so you borrow money from Lois, you put it there. It is not from your business, are you getting? You borrow money from Lois, you put it there, then you remove it, you return to Lois. Maybe you're a treasurer of a chama somewhere, you take all that money, you pass it through your account. So when you come to Family Bank, They look at your account, it is very good, and they fund you. Unfortunately, you find in that business, once I give you the money, 80% of what is in that business is a loan, 20% is your contribution. Whose business is it? Is it yours or the bank's? Who is a major shareholder in that business? Yes. You might find yourself in a challenge because what will happen, your profits will actually be utilized to pay this because this is a major shareholder and you have to pay. So you find yourself struggling. What am I inviting us to do? Even when we talk about integrity, it is even integrity of how honest you are and how transparent you are with your business. And more often than not, you find banks are shy away, and allow me to say that, when it is a new enterprise, banks will tell you, hey, this one, we don't fund startups. Have you ever heard something like that? Why? Because statistics have it and research has it, Prof, here, that the businesses, majority of them, they close down after what, how many years? 2 years, 1 year, they share. So you find that banks don't want. They want something that you've tried. You know how to navigate. You know your market. You know where you're sourcing. And then their purpose. Please don't divert. I can tell you, banks don't fund you to auction you. In fact, it's usually very painful. I don't know why sometimes you feel like we enjoy doing it. We hate it. It is depressing. We feel good and we are encouraged when we see you grow and we keep funding you. In fact, the people who collect debts in banks, they are normally taken for counseling. I can tell you that one for a fact. We take them because it is not easy to see a family crying and wailing. So what am I saying? Please, let us be transparent, even as we run these businesses. This is my contribution. This is what I am making. Yeah? This is what I am making. So that at least at any particular time, you are the major shareholder in your business. Please, be the major shareholder in your business. If a funder becomes the major shareholder, chances are you'll be auctioned.
Thank you very much, Nancy. And since we've run out of time, I'll just give them 1 second to say a closing something. Please just make it 1 second, not a statement. 1 second, 1 second word. No too many statements. Thank you very much. Starting with Mo.
Great. So just very quickly, by a show of hands, how many of you here have ever been to public participation? There's where your problem is. All policies are made by you, the public, at public participation. I see that later on this afternoon there's going to be a panel on funding and investment. I do believe that financial literacy is something which, in fact, let me put another show of hands. How many of you have ever been to a class on financial literacy? Great. So the thing is, this is that we need to ensure that all our women, this should actually be a permanent requirement that as you leave high school, everybody should have financial literacy. And let me stop at that.
Sister Consolata. Very short and sweet.
Thank you, Raymond. Before my closing remarks, I would say, Elizabeth, follow the processes. If the government, even through advocacy, for that policy to be changed again, it will take a process. I was in a process of certification of our products, and as soon as we got certification in October last year, there was a government circular that if you don't work with if you are not compliant to e-teams, you cannot do business with some organizations. And when we got that circular from our customers, we were very confident because we were now ready to register through e-teams and we retained our customers. As I finish, I want to remind us that there are 3 things. There could be many things, but there are 3 things that somebody may want to do business with you. One is if they know you. If they don't know you personally, they may know somebody that you know or that knows you. And so that is why this networking is important, because we are living here, going to do referrals for those that we have known. Secondly, because they like you. But why should someone like you? Maybe because of efficiency. And so if you are efficient, someone will like how you do things and they will always follow you. And the third one is because they trust you. Why should they trust you? Maybe because of consistency. If you promise, deliver. Thank you.
Okay, know you, like you, trust you. Thank you very much.
My closing remarks, Raymond.
Yeah, statement. A quick statement. Thank you.
My statement will be around mentorship.
Mentorship.
I'm very passionate about it because I have mentors myself as an SME. I heard Professor Kiraka speak passionately about mentorship. Women should embrace mentorship, and women should also offer themselves to mentor young women in business. Men are very quick to mentor other men. We run mentorship programs under 254 Youth Entrepreneurship and mentorship program. When we call upon our men to mentor young men, the trendsetters in a different sector, men offer themselves very quickly. I'm sorry to say this because I'm a woman, and sometimes when you reach out to women, it's a very difficult conversation. Men will offer themselves very quickly. So I want to urge women who've been there and done that. There are girls struggling, upcoming SMEs struggling to really make it in business. And they're looking at the ones that have thrived in business to mentor them. So when you get that call from Eunice, from Professor to mentor women in business, offer yourselves.
Thank
it
you
will
very
take
much.
you a long way. And
Thank
you'll be able to navigate some of the challenges that I've had Elizabeth and one lady there talk about.
So
Thank you so
mentorship.
much.
Thank you very much. Let's embrace mentorship. Nancy?
Closing remarks. You can do it. Your business can thrive, it can grow. Just keep at it, have a plan, have a strategic plan. I can tell you, majority of these thriving organizations, they don't just grow naturally. They have a plan. They know what they want in 2 years, in 3 years, in 5 years, and that is what they track. So even in your business, kindly have a plan of how you want to grow and maintain the focus. And there is no limit to what you can become.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nancy. Thank you, Lois. Thank you, Sister Consolata. Thank you, MO. And our vision was, after we've done all that, we grow by 80% on GDP in SMEs. Thank you very much.
Before you leave, wasn't that amazing? We're a bit short on time, but I believe that value has been delivered. I will call upon Dr. Caesar to come and present the gifts to our panelists. All right, let's appreciate him as he comes up. Starting with MO, loud and proud against corruption. Sister Consolata A. Alo, follow the process, break the tradition. Lois Moirure, mentor them, grow them, support them. A voice for the young generation of entrepreneurs. And last but not least, Nancy Njau, your mindset should be, you can do it. Of course, we want to appreciate Raymond Mutura for being able to navigate that conversation. So much can be said, so little time. Let's appreciate him. Thank you so much, Dr. Caesar. We appreciate you. Thank you, panelists. You can now. All right, we can now have our seats. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate them for the contribution they've made. Because of time, we'll move to the next step. We will have a video message from GIZ. If we can play that. We have a video message from GIZ, and then Kennedy Mugo, you'll be ready after that.
Not necessarily always.
All right. That was the sponsor highlight by GIZ. I will call upon Kennedy, if you're here, and Professor Ruth, if you would, just to come and present the gift. One of our key sponsors for this annual SME. Let's appreciate them. Let's keep appreciating them. Thank you. Thank you. 1 minute, let's see. All right. Thank you, Professor. Success? You've forgotten our value pathway. See how the whole just went silent. Success? Insight? Esther Nyamburu Amburu, please see me. I think I have something that belongs to you. To do the next sponsor highlight, I will call upon Dr. Nancy Njiraine, who is the academic and research lead for the Sisters Blended Value Project. Now, if there is an initiative that has done amazing things, it would be SBVP, and it is my distinct honor to welcome Dr. Njiraine to give a highlight on the same. Please, let's welcome her with a hand.
Thank you very much, Bona MC. It is a very beautiful view from here. I can see the wonderful participants, women majority. I can see the, I'm going to say splatter, I don't know if it's the right word, of different sisters spread across the room. And I am very, very moved by being able to see that. And I remember Sister Consolata saying a few years ago, you barely saw a sister, maybe you were the only sister in that conference. So it's really a beautiful sight to see the group of many sisters involved in this meeting. We have had such a beautiful and rich discussion so far, and it's only panel 1. Imagine what it's going to be by the time we get to panel 3, panel 5, panel 6. Thank you for the team that put this together. Thank you for Strathmore University and the Business School for enabling this to happen. So open your mind, as we've been reminded, open your thinking, open your ability to explore as we discuss the many things that we are going to discuss today. So a little bit about the Sisters Blended Value Project. So this project started just under 3 years ago, and we were asked by Conrad Hilton Foundation to look into the work that sisters are doing to in terms of income generating. And Sister Consolata elaborated it so well when she said in the earlier days it was easier for sisters to get support from their founders, but that has changed. And then of course the donor landscape, we all know that has changed. And so COVID also was a point at which the sisters felt the pain significantly, because the funding and the donations that was directed to them now was directed towards fighting COVID. So during the COVID period, it was a significant impact on the sisters especially. So in 2021, Conrad Hilton Foundation, as you can see their logo here, approached Strathmore University and said, what can we do for sisters? Can we explore how sisters are handling their income generating activities among the many other things that they're doing? And so through that baseline survey, we discovered the many challenges that sisters are going through. Similar to what has been expressed here today, the same challenges. And now for sisters, it's a different layer, because every time you see a sister doing a small business, we know them for the schools and the hospitals that they run, but as soon as they start doing the chicken farm, as soon as they start doing tailoring and fashion and dressmaking, the things that the rest of us out here do, as soon as they start doing that, we start wondering, why is a sister doing this? And so they have another layer of challenges below or above what we experience as women entrepreneurs. And also they have their calling, their vocation that they have to think about. So they are not doing business for the sake of doing business or enterprise. They're doing that so that they can benefit you and I, our communities, our society. So they have a different agenda, and hence beyond looking at SME, they're looking at a social enterprise. What is the social impact of what I am doing, of the enterprise, the business that I am doing? So they have all of those issues that they have to deal with. Then on top of that, in their formation, when you decide you have a calling to become a sister, business is the furthest thing from your mind. And then here we are saying, Sister Consolata reminded us, you have to find a way out, you have to survive. So you start income generating, you have no idea what needs to happen. So this is where we came in together with Conrad Hilton. They have a very big section or department that they call Catholic Sisters Initiative. And they said, how can we support sisters? We understand what they're having to deal with. How can we support them so that they can run these enterprises, these businesses in a successful, sustainable manner? And so we discovered, of course, the business, the baseline survey I mentioned in 2021, the different challenges. Some of them touched with what Prof was talking about and what the panelists were talking about, the different challenges that they have to deal with. And we came up with 4 recommendations that dealt with addressing their capacity, their social enterprise capacities, their abilities to understand what makes a successful enterprise. Of course, there is the issue of networking and collaborating, and so this is part of what we are doing, bringing sisters out to see what are other social entrepreneurs and SMEs doing. How can you network and connect with the other people who are doing something similar? So that was a second recommendation, and that's part of the reason why we have a lot of sisters here. The third thing that we recommended is that we will harness all of this information that we are learning together with the sisters in this journey, and we will put that in a way that can be consumed by sisters and non-sisters, those who will pass through our hands and those who are a little bit further removed, or those who we shall reach to at a later date. So how are we going to gather this knowledge and then share it? And then the fourth thing was the incubator. When we do exit, perhaps in stages, eventually as either Strathmore or others, what do we leave in the hands of the sisters? So an incubator, and Prof mentioned a women's incubator that is going to be launched this week. So something similar for sisters is part of the things that we promise to do. So that is the journey that we have been taking since end of 2021 up until now, just under 3 years. And just a little bit about the journey so far, the things that we've been able to do in that period of time. So we have been able to build capacity of over 690 sisters. And an important thing to mention here is that in order to reach sisters, it's difficult for us as Strathmore University to just show up at the door of a sister and say, oh, we have this wonderful training. We were reminded about the many con-person situations that exist. So come and be trained. It's free because Conrad Hilton has funded this. So in order for us to reach, and sisters, we tried that, and sisters were not responsive because they were saying, so who is Strathmore? What is going on with Strathmore? So in order for us to reach sisters effectively, we work with an umbrella organization of sisters called AQUECA, Association of Consecrated Women of Eastern and Central Africa. AQUECA is our partner. So through that umbrella body, we are able to reach different groups of sisters. They have associations in 10 different countries that they work with. So the journey that I was going to talk about, over 690 sisters that we have touched through direct training. So they come for a long-term training where we do periods of 3 weeks, not at the same time. We'll train you for 1 week and then you go away, get a mentor and a coach. As was mentioned by Lois, it's a very important process, mentoring and coaching. So we mentor them through that journey. So that's what we do, capacity development. In terms of, and we've also I was going to go to conferences first. So in terms of collaborative network, so we do conferences, so such as this, how many sisters have been able to benefit from programs such as this, and how many other engagements do we have? So we also have webinars where we call sisters and say financial literature, financial literacy. I think Emo, I'm looking for him, I think he's disappeared. Emo said everybody needs financial literacy. So we give webinars to sisters based on series on finance literacy and other aspects where there is need. So for that, we've been able to reach, I think it's over 1,400 sisters through the different webinars. We've also been able to have approximately 40 outputs. So when I talk about outputs, I'm talking about case studies that we have put together that talks about the different activities that sisters are doing. So we'll go and look at the activities you have, your social enterprises, what type of impact are you having, and then we put that in a story, in a video, in a written format, and even in cases that can be taught in class. So we put those together. So we have cases and stories. We have journal papers that academics can also access as they are trying to see ways in which they can journey with Catholic sisters, and policy papers as well. We have put together some policy papers that can influence policies that can address or begin to understand the issues that sisters are dealing with. So we've had 40 outputs. And then through that process, we've been able to provide a very small amount of seed grant to 61 sisters or congregations. So a congregation is a group of sisters that come together and they have what is binding them together called a charism, and they go out and reach out to their society. So that's called a congregation. So we've been able to reach out to 61 congregations and provide a small amount of funding, and we've been able to see the impact that that small seed grant has provided. So there's been a lot that we have done with Catholic sisters in that a short period of time, and we hope that will continue to impact sisters. At this point, we are working in 4 countries: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Zambia. And we hope to be able to reach out to more sisters as we continue. So our appeal is that you also, if you're a policymaker, you begin to think about how can I work with the women that are different categories. And Prof emphasized the fact that we are grouped as women, but we are very many types of women within that element of being a woman. So how about sisters? They are also different, even when we call them Catholic sisters. Even among them, they are different. But how about we start to engage with them? If you're a policymaker, what are those policies that address issues that touch sisters? If you're an SME and you're looking to collaborate and partner, have you thought about working with a Catholic sister? So there's a lot in which we can do in terms of engaging with Catholic sisters. Please reach out to as many as they are here. We also have quite a number of them exhibiting today and tomorrow. So please go to their stand and see the kind of things that they are doing so that we can walk this journey of empowering women together. So we empower the sisters. They are going that extra step that you and I cannot do. The farthest corner of the country, a sister will reach there. Some of us will be sitting in our comfort zone and saying, I wish I could help that child in Karamojong, but we will not do anything about it. A sister will go there and do what she needs to do. So let's think about these women, these sisters who are part of us, and see how we can journey with them. So thank you very much for all of you who are here today, and we hope that we continue to journey together. And the conference team, Prof, Eunice, and the rest of the team, thank you so much for the opportunity to partner with you, to engage with you, and we look forward to the rest of the day. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Njireni. I think I concur with her. The last time I was here, the room was not this packed. So it's a beautiful sight to see so many people just yearning to learn from from the panelists and from all the people who will speak. So now we are going to a very interesting session. Dr. Njeraine has alluded to it. So I'd like to call Prof. Kiraka back on stage. This time she'll come up wearing the hat of the principal investigator for the Women Entrepreneurship Incubator Program. So a round of applause, and she'll tell us what next.
Thanks, Juliet. Thanks, Nancy. Thanks to our partners from GIZ. Initiatives like this, as SME conference, are made possible by the support and the partnership of our colleagues. So we have GIZ supporting us. We have the Conrad Hilton Foundation supporting the conference. And one of our really, really great partners at Strathmore is USAID. They have been funding one of our programs, which is on the Kenya Small Business Development Centers. And we are starting another engagement with USAID. I mentioned earlier about the Women's Entrepreneurship Incubator Program. And this is a super exciting program for women entrepreneurs, which we are going to launch today, and we're going to launch now. And to help us do this, I am going to invite our keynote speaker, who is also from USAID, and he's going to support us with this. Her name is Marianne Smallwood. She's the director of the Private Sector Solutions for Kenya and East Africa Office of Economic Growth. And her team is leading trade, investment, and private sector partnerships. She has worked for almost 2 decades in the international development field with a focus on climate finance, mobilization of capital, private capital for development. During her 8 years at USAID, Ms. Smallwood has served as a senior private sector advisor in USAID's Private Sector Engagement Hub and the regional partnerships builder for USAID's regional mission in Asia. And prior to her time at USAID, she also worked for a large marketing US corporation and is also a Fulbright scholar. And she has a master's degree in public policy from Tufts University. So we are so honored to have Ms. Smallwood here with us this morning. She is going to be helping us to launch this exciting program, and we are going to then get into a bit more conversation on what it's about. So please help me to welcome Ms. Smallwood.
Thank you. What a warm welcome. Good morning, everyone. Excellent. So I don't want to take too much time right now. I'm standing between you and a lot of valuable panels and discussions and the expo and lunch. But thank you very much to Strathmore University and Professor Kiraka for welcoming me here. On behalf of the U.S. Embassy and USAID Kenya East Africa, I'm very pleased to join you all today for this expo, which is the 12th SME conference, where we're celebrating the theme of empowering women, building futures, the path to success for women-owned SMEs. I was inspired to learn that this was the first conference Strathmore has dedicated to empowering and uplifting women entrepreneurs through their what can be a very difficult journey of business creation and growth. And we at USAID believe that this initiative by Strathmore reflects a very significant commitment to fostering an inclusive and entrepreneurial ecosystem that recognizes and supports the opportunities and challenges that you, women, face in business. But before I begin the bulk of the remarks, I do want to thank Strathmore University and acknowledge the collaboration between USAID, Kenya East Africa, and Strathmore. We believe that our partner and our partnership is a testament to the enduring relationship that our organizations have forged over the years and our commitment to working together. So together, our 2 organizations have made remarkable strides in empowering small and medium businesses, and a prime example of this is the work we do through the Small Business Development Center, or SBDC. As you might know, the initiative is dedicated to enhancing the capacity of local entrepreneurs and provides them with essential business opportunities, development services, training, mentorship, and invaluable networking. But that all said, as we celebrate the impact of these collaborations, we are also impressed to witness the continuation of this partnership and to the commitment that Professor Karaka mentioned that we'll talk about later, the Women Entrepreneurship and Incubator Program, or WAPE. So what you've heard this morning and what we'll talk about throughout the day and then tomorrow is it's critical to understand and recognize the extraordinary potential that women entrepreneurs have in shaping not only their futures, but the change and positive impact on their families, communities, and economies. That all said, we're celebrating, we're supporting, but we must also acknowledge the toll that entrepreneurship takes and the significant barriers that you as women entrepreneurs face. Despite the strides we've made towards gender equality and your entrepreneurial spirit within, and that we see within you as entrepreneurs, you and women entrepreneurs continue to encounter obstacles, some of which we heard on the panel before I came up here, that hinder your success. And that includes limited access to finance, limited access to networks, limited access to market opportunities, and business development services. And some of these challenges and your difficulty in accessing these are things that impede your growth and the day-to-day growth of your businesses. On a broader level, consider this. According to the IFC, the International Finance Corporation, only 7% of women-owned micro, small, and medium enterprises in Kenya have formal access to finance. That's minuscule. The limited access to the finance that you are unable to access creates a precarious situation where many of these businesses and your businesses struggle not only to grow and start, but to even survive. Another report by UN Women reveals a staggering financing gap of $154 billion to $188 billion in US dollars for women-owned businesses in developing countries around the world. So when we think about it from a global perspective, there is, in total for the world, 2.1 to 2.6 trillion needed to support micro, small, medium enterprises globally. And that leaves countless enterprises, formal and informal, including those that you are all supporting here, without support that you need. But that reality check acknowledged. Even as we discuss the challenges, we also need to focus and plan for and support the possibilities that lie ahead, including for entrepreneurs like you. While many entrepreneurs possess the self-efficacy needed to overcome these struggles, many others still lack the access, the support, the skills, and the resources necessary to scale these ventures, particularly as we come out of a very difficult post-COVID economic environment. So we need to address these gaps, and these gaps hinder your ambitions and economic contributions, and we need to help address them and build your confidence and your entrepreneurial mindset. So this is where transformative entrepreneurship incubation programs play a role. So by providing education, mentorship, coaching, flexible financing, and B2B connections, these programs and incubation programs can empower women entrepreneurs to not only navigate but thrive in the complex business environment. I had the pleasure of walking through an expo earlier this morning before coming here and joining you today and hearing about the value that mentorship, SBDC, networking has brought to some of these women-owned businesses that were started 1, 2, 3 years ago is very, very transformative and has been very valuable. So we want to continue that as part of the U.S. government and USAID Kenya. And on that note, I do want to highlight the unwavering commitment that USAID and the U.S. government has towards ensuring women's economic security worldwide. In 2021, the U.S. government launched the Strategy on Women's Economic Security and helped envision a future where women and girls in all of their diversity, and all of your diversity, can fully and meaningfully contribute to and benefit from economic growth and global prosperity. But closing the gap in the global workforce, the gender gap, holds potential. It's a challenge, but it could add significant contributions to the global GDP, estimated around 5.3 trillion US dollars. But here in USAID Kenya Meets Africa, let's talk about what we can actually support on the ground in ways that can help you. Our USAID mission is dedicated to helping realize this vision by implementing the global women's economic security policy. But this is done in very tangible ways through the partnerships that we build, and that our Office of Economic Growth, as well as other offices in USAID Kenya, have built to help uplift the economic well-being of Kenyan women. And note, we're always looking for new partners and entrepreneurs that can help us achieve that goal. So come find us afterwards. But moving on to WAPE, or the Women's Entrepreneurship Incubator Program. So this program, which we're very, very proud to launch, is dedicated to empowering women entrepreneurs across key sectors in Kenya, specifically agriculture, textiles and apparel, healthcare, and water and sanitation. This program aims to address critical gaps in the supply chain, enhance your export capabilities, both regionally and then globally, and create more employment opportunities for Kenyans, which we so desperately need. By focusing on boosting the visibility of women entrepreneurs and fostering these essential partnerships, WAPE will seek to drive the growth of women-owned small and growing businesses. So the primary objectives of WAPE include developing tailored business services, identifying and recruiting women-owned businesses with high growth potential, providing them with comprehensive support throughout the incubation process and beyond. It's a continuum, and it doesn't stop at a certain point. Organizing pitch and reverse pitch competitions, hosting learning events like these to promote networking and visibility, and showcasing and selling your products and your services, again, pointing to the expo outside, and dispersing and monitoring co-investment grants. Now, this is the exciting bit where money comes in. Through the impactful partnership that we will have through WAPE, we anticipate that 135 women-owned small and growing businesses will receive vital business development services via the incubator program, and additionally, 45 investment-ready women-owned small and growing businesses will be awarded matching grants to help scale their securing a transformative $1.275 million in additional co-investment. There's going to be a launch later and an opening of applications that we very much hope to see a lot of interest in. So in terms of a call to action, so the women entrepreneurs and the Kenyan women entrepreneurs here in the room, I salute you. I come from a family of entrepreneurs. I have family who are entrepreneurs, and I know the toll and the time and the sacrifice it takes to do what you're doing. I salute you, and you have the skills and the passion and the drive to not only stand up your businesses, but take them to the next level of success. And WAPE, the Women's Entrepreneurship Incubation Program, is one of the tools and partnerships that can help you reach that next level. Whatever your sector, ag, wash, textiles, apparel, health, this is the moment to take your business from hustle to next level enterprise. We offer everything from tailored business support to co-matching grants, and it's designed and will be designed and customized just for you. So think of WAPE as being your coach, your cheering squad, and your business toolkit all in one. So by the next SME conference here at Strathmore in 2025, I'm certain and I am hopeful that we'll be celebrating an even greater array of achievements from women entrepreneurs like you across Kenya, filled with inspiring stories of resilience, innovation, and success. And together, we can witness the transformative impact that programs like WAPE can have, showcasing how these opportunities can empower you to thrive as your own business moguls. So to Strathmore University, thank you, and we urge you to continue advancing women's entrepreneurship by enhancing support systems with tailored programs that offer practical tools, mentorship, and networking. We can all create an environment where women's entrepreneurship thrives. And together, we can help break down those barriers that challenge you and encourage and ensure that every aspiring woman who has the will and the want has also the opportunity to succeed. So as I conclude, I want to highlight the conference program for the next 2 days. It's been thoughtfully designed with your needs and your interests in mind. From the personal speeches to the insightful panels, one of which we just saw here, every moment offers an opportunity to connect, to learn, and to grow. And whether you're seeking practical advice, new strategies for your specific business, or simply the motivation and the drive to be among like-minded entrepreneurs and women to propel your business forward, there's something for everyone here. As we move through the conference, I encourage you to stay tuned until the end and throughout the end of tomorrow to continue to learn more about how we at USAID are helping to support not only entrepreneurship, but gender equality and other women's economic empowerment, including the Emerisha initiative through USAID KEA. And we're very proud to have some of our entrepreneurs that we support through Emerisha present today, who are grantees under our initiative. And can I please call attention and take the time and urge you to take the time to visit the exhibitions and the vendors and entrepreneurs that are located right outside. I heard earlier this morning that there are about 70 plus entrepreneurs who are present there showcasing their work, their services, their talent, and their own blood, sweat, and tears. both those entrepreneurs outside and sitting among us. And I encourage all stakeholders to visit the booths, engage with these women business owners, and explore what they have to offer. This is a fantastic opportunity to support and collaborate with women who are really making an impact in the business world at small, medium, and larger levels here in Kenya. So with that, I wish you the best as you embark on this conference. Let's make the most of this journey together and to learn. Thank you, and happy conference.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause for her. Before you take your seat, we have a culture at Strathmore where we like to gift our guests. So Dr. Caesar, if you may be so kind, please come and gift our key guest for that amazing speech. I feel motivated. Are you motivated? Yeah? Everything you need is here today. So I hope you leave with way more than you expected. Dr. Caesar? It's time to celebrate. So as So we are in another very exciting phase. I know you're just about to take your seat, Dr. Caesar, Marianne, but now we have to celebrate. We're going to officially launch the Women Entrepreneurship Incubator Program. So please proceed to the booth to my left. Yes?
That's your right.
Oh, this is my...
No, they are right.
Oh,
Your left.
Touché. So Prof. Kiraka, please also join them. Betty Mugo will also be representing USAID. Eunice Modoni, champion for SMEs. Please come with your team. Sister Paris and the others.
Karibuni sana, karibuni sana, karibuni sana.
Two sides, yes. Are you feeling the excitement? And you know, applications are going to open. The portal will be open soon. So we can have to...
Imagine if you launched your business the way we are launching this.
I need to do here. So two here, yeah. We'll divide some on this side.
And it's not difficult. All you need are people, a ribbon. You know, they can be found downtown. No, River Road at that corner. I know these are not ribbons, but you, when you do it. So we're looking forward to having you apply for this program and joining us here at Strathmore Business School.
So Marianne, you'll do us the honors. We'll do a countdown. Technical team, you're ready? So we'll do a countdown, and when we get to 0, you will long press this button.
No pressing before 0.
Yes. I also need to see where the confetti will come, so I don't surprise you. Yes. And there'll be some confetti, so don't be shocked. There'll be some...
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Wow.
So it's official.
It's official. The Women Entrepreneurship Incubator Program is now ready for your applications and about to begin. And thank you very much for launching this program. We assure you this is not like the other programs we've been seeing on TV and Twitter that were launched some months back. This one will actually happen. Thank you very much. You may have your seats. Thank you. weip.strathmore.edu. That's how you apply. I thought I'd seen it somewhere. Apply now at weip.strathmore.edu. And if you love scanning things at the supermarket, you can also scan this QR code that allows you to apply for. Anyone who's kept chicken has an idea what an incubator is. So the people who will be joining this program are like chicken who are being prepared. Chicks, I apologize, I've not kept chicken. We were planning to take away your break. There was supposed to be a break so that we go to the expo session, because we told ourselves that when you come to a school, you expect to learn, not to take breaks. However, out of the kindness of our hearts, we've offered the expo back to you. And the idea for this conference is called Conference and Expo for a reason. If we're going to talk about missing opportunities to network, opportunities for access, then here's another opportunity to not only do the thinking work of sitting here and listening, acting with the people, asking questions, and getting opportunities where you can help each other. Make sure you visit at least 3 booths. At least, the bar is very low. Just 3 booths, at least. So don't limit yourself to that. As we end, just one quick announcement. We had been informed that the washrooms are in this building at the bottom and the oval building across. University, really. So any building you enter, just ask the guards and they'll assist you. Now, I would like to request, have you guys seen at the end, at the coverage of every agricultural show and fair trade, where there's that photo of the president with a young man who's just learned how to keep pigs, where they're explaining something? You've seen it, right? Or that one where the governor is talking to some woman who is now baking cakes in an organic way. You've seen that, right? So for today, I will request that our keynote guests be accompanied by our Dean and Professor Ruth Kiraka and every one of the invited speakers and panelists, so that we all join them, because we need that photo, guys. We need that photo of someone talking to one of the exhibitors. Are we all going to join them? Are we all going to join them? I told you I have kids. I can repeat myself over and over and over again. So, you're ready? So let's go head to the expo. It's right behind us, where we'll interact with the business people, and we should be back in the next 10 minutes. In the next? Thank you very much.
10 minutes ya ukweli. Thank you.
Not necessarily always. necessarily always.
Hello. Mic check, 1, 2. Hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Hello? Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check.
Check. Check. Check.
Yeah. Even this one is fine.
Hello, 2. Hello, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1. Hello, 1, 2.
Check. Check. Check.
Mic check, 1, 2. Hello? Hello?
Hello. Something's fallen.
Check. 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 Mic check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Mic check.
She's a visionary leader with over 25 years of senior management, chief executive and board director experience, playing a key role in developing policies in ICT, higher education, public procurement, and technical skills sectors. She is the first woman president, vice president, and now president of the Federation of Kenya Employers. And on her Twitter, she says she's a parent to Gen Zs and millennials. Let's give her a round of applause. Next, I'd like to call Dr. Esther Mushemi. Dr. Esther Mushemi, an astute entrepreneur who many mountains and has peaked at the top of our entrepreneurial journey, building the empire that we know as Samchi Group over the last 20 years. She has been described by a media house as one of Kenya's silent female billionaires. There's a billionaire in your midst, people. Before embarking on her entrepreneurial journey, she was a professional in a tier 1 audit firm. Starting out as a trainee in Ernst & Young and rising to the level of partner at PKF, at which point she decided to go into entrepreneurship and set up her first shop on Nairobi's Koinange Street 20 years ago. Today, Samchi Group is a conglomerate of companies in telecommunications, real estate, hospitality, finance, digital, events planning, agricultural sectors. I could continue. For a number of years, Samchi Telecoms has topped the Safaricom agency charts as the #1 agency. Dr. Esther Mushemi is a recipient of the Global Inspiration Women Leadership Award, Amazon's 100 Global Women Leaders Hall of Fame, and much more. And she's also an author. Her book is titled Give Me My Mountain. She says her children are her and her late husband's greatest treasures. A round of applause for Dr. Esther Mushemi. Next, I'd like to call upon, I've been saying doctor too many times, Sarah Karingi. Sarah Karingi, who's the current president, Business Leaders Alliance, a Rotarian and a member of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Dubai Businesswomen Council, an initiative of Dubai Chamber. She's also served in various leadership positions as director and vice chairperson at United Kenya Club and director consultant of BNI and president BNI Mavuno chapter. Who knows what BNI is? If you're a business person and you don't know BNI, look at the person who raised their hand and look for them afterwards. She's currently the CEO and director of Sarma Enterprises Limited and Global Networks Investment. She's an entrepreneur with interest in building and construction, real estate, corporate speaking, coaching, consulting, and training in business networking. She received in 2022 the Africa Women Business Hero of the Year from Women in Africa. These are serious people, eh? And I've watched some of her videos. If you see her at work in like doing construction and carpentry, you won't believe it's the same person. A round of applause for Sarah. Next, I'd like to call upon Margaret Mudeu, my deski. She's a seasoned professional with an IT background and over 15 years of diverse work experience across government, non-profit management, private sector engagement, entrepreneurship, the ecosystem development, and she's a passionate advocate for youth and women economic empowerment. She's a proven track record in leading initiatives, designing and developing programs, partnerships, management, fostering entrepreneurship ecosystems, and empowering African businesses to thrive globally. She has previously worked and consulted for local and global organizations like We Connect International, 1 million startups, GIZ, International Trade Center, World Bank Group, UPS Foundation, Moody's Foundation, FCDO. Which one impresses you more than the other? She's a fellow of the prestigious Launch and Grow program by Santander Women in Africa and Babson Executive College, and fellow and winner of the Impact program by GIZ. A round of applause for Margaret Mudeo. So you need someone who is of a similar caliber to moderate such a panel, don't you think? And so we're going to call upon Betty Mwaura, who has a very interesting LinkedIn about her section. So whereas other people put in, buzzwords such as entrepreneurship, digital first, AI, that's the current buzzword on LinkedIn. This is Betty Mwaura's LinkedIn about her section. At age 9, I was sent to buy bread. There were 2 shops, one owned by my mom's friend, pricing cheaper, and the other one known for quality. And so, some people see quality and are willing to pay the price, and others are driven solely by cost. Betty Mwaura decided to, I have watched one of her videos, by the way. She had a job as a quality analyst at Safaricom and decided to leave all of that to go into business coaching. So she did an entire course around business coaching. She thought the people would come, and she was surprised that they did not show up. And so she's built her business, Royal International, over very many years. She's a business coach. She has experience with entrepreneurs. Let us welcome Betty Mwaura. And now, to be honest, if I keep talking, will it be fair? Yes, so I'll hand it over to the panel. Thank you very much for that. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to introduce one final panelist who I had forgotten about. I apologize. Monica Mwaniki from Avocap. Monica is the co-founder, chief executive officer at Avocap Asset Managers. She's a seasoned investment banker with specialists in fund management, capital markets, financial markets, and strategy formulation. She's definitely the person who you should be listening to when it comes to handling your business. Her key specialties include fixed income equities and sustainable investing, navigating global markets, managing client relationships across all asset classes, and overseeing end-to-end trade execution. She is very, very data-driven as a leader. A round of applause for Monica. Betty, take it away.
Thank you very much. Appreciated. Welcome, panelists. Karibuni sana, ladies and gentlemen. This is very interesting. We were discussing over break time, and we decided our session was the best. Our topic was the best because the first panel, they stopped discussing their topic and they were discussing challenges. It's because we can never mention women and businesses without challenges, isn't it? Can we? Any woman here who is running a business with no single challenge, we want to come and join you. I want to invest. And I'm sure all other panelists want to invest in that business. Do we all have challenges? Are they just so little and pretty like us? How can we describe them? there? Mannerless. We really want to thank Strathmore, Professor Kiraka. Thank you for coming up with this SME conference, and most importantly, for giving us women an opportunity to shine. It's our time to shine, at least in this conference, and discuss our challenges. So I am very honored to moderate this session. And the ladies, we've had our own discussions on the side. They are ready, and they were telling me, we are waiting for that session so that we mentor the ladies and we speak about our challenges. I am very honored to be among them. In fact, as I was reading their profiles, I was getting a little bit intimidated and thinking, where? You know that emoji of where? These ladies. Very, very honored to be among them. So I'll just want them to, it's good you hear their voices, isn't it? I know a very good introduction has been done, but just take a minute and introduce yourself. Don't do the big introduction, just say something to the ladies, and then we get to the questions.
Thank you very much, Betty. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's a ladies' event, but I can also see gentlemen. Without men, we really wouldn't be enjoying living in the world today. My name is Sarah Karinge, and I have a title that I really, and I can say I have earned it, the Queen of Networking. I really love and connect with people. I have supported so many people. I'm sure some of them are here. I invited them, and thank you very much for coming. I am in the construction sector, in the manufacturing sector, coaching, and I'm also in the water sector. So because there will be more that we'll be talking about, one thing I also love doing is coaching people, and my joy is to see people grow through me. Because when I die, I will not go with anything. But if I empower one woman, one man, that is the greatest thing that I can do to please God. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Modeu. I'm an entrepreneur and also an entrepreneurship ecosystem enabler. And my greatest joy is to be in a meeting like this where we get to interact as women, see women-owned businesses being spotlighted, highlighted, and thank you so much as Strathmore for providing this platform today, so that we can have meaningful conversations that will ensure that women succeed, which is one of the greatest passions at my company, Elevate SMEs, which supports youth-led and women-led SMEs to thrive not only locally, but also globally, because right now, the world is your oyster. The world has become a small village. We are all interconnected, and opportunities are as many as you choose to see them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Gilda Odera, as you heard. I am really, really, really happy to be here. And the reason being is that entrepreneurship runs in my DNA. No matter how much initially, and I'll talk about it later, to run away from it, you can't. Once the bug bites you can't run away from it. You just have to know how to maneuver it. And so I'm happy to be here because I know through entrepreneurship, if each and every one of us here, because I believe that's why you're here, if you ended up expanding and employing 5, 10, 15 plus people, can you imagine how this country would be? That's why I'm here.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Esther Mushemi. I am the CEO of Samchi Group of Company. In the group, we are close to over 10 companies. I am an author. I've written a book called Give Me My Mountain. And in the kitchen is another one that we are going to release soon called My Springs of Water. I believe in empowering people. I believe in prosperity. And the only difference with the prosperity and the prosperity that is spoken by many people in the marketplace is I am a promoter of value-based wealth creation. It's good to have wealth, and we will note it.
but I'll celebrate that wealth that is backed by value. That wealth that has a journey, that has a process. I am excited to be here, and I look forward to sharing a lot more.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Monica Mwaneki. I like saying I am a mother, I am a sister, I am a friend, I am a mentor, and recently I acquired a new title. I am a CEO. I'm the CEO of Avocap Asset Managers. I am passionate about investments, impacting lives, and especially of women by giving financial literacy. So I'm hoping that by the time we leave here, we'll be more empowered, overcoming our challenges, and even scaling our businesses to the next levels. I'm happy, very excited to be here, and I look forward to a beautiful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. That was amazing. And finally, my name is Coach Betty Mwaura. He read my profile, but one thing he forgot to pick from the LinkedIn profile is that finally my dad told me there was an argument, which shop is cheaper, which shop is more expensive. The one that was more expensive belonged to my dad's friend. The one that was cheaper belonged to my mom's friend. So everyone had something they were pushing for. So finally, my dad said, I was very young, I was 9. He said, listen, Mom, there is nothing cheap, there is nothing expensive. You decide. If you offer people value, they need to pay you for the value. That lady that is cheap, her things are always expired. So go to the shop, I'm telling him to get to it. And so finally, he told me, work hard. There is always money for anything you ever need. Just don't steal. Find a way of getting that money out of the pocket in a nice way. So that was the story. So I've been doing business coaching. It's something I really, really enjoy. Though now I'm transitioning, she's gotten a new title. I might get a new one soon. I am really, really getting into AI and helping companies integrate AI into their daily work. So today we have many questions. Our topic is overcoming challenges, strategies for success for women-owned enterprises. They are nice. They've given the profiles. So what have they had to overcome to come this far? And I repeat again, Professor Kiraka, our topic is the best because we can give our own stories to explain the questions. So question number 1, I would like to shoot it to Dr. Odera. Could you kindly tell us, can you share examples of structural or systematic barriers that women-owned enterprises often encounter, and how can these barriers be dismantled or navigated?
Okay, thank you. I'm sure some of you have found yourselves, is it audible? Some of you have found yourselves in situations where you are the only woman in the room, or whatever you're doing, you're the only woman. And if I can talk about that, the reason why I bring it up as a barrier, an example of a barrier, is that very many times as women, and I hope that will change, I'm seeing a change especially with the younger ones. When you go somewhere and you find that majority of the people are men in your business, you tend to find the women shying off or, pulling back and not reaching out to the men to talk to them. Whether it's a supplier, whether it is a competitor, whatever it is. And there's something I must say, men have a way of, and allow me to say this, gentlemen who are here, unless you as a woman breaks that barrier, they're also cautious about how they relate to you, because they don't want it to be misinterpreted by by you. And so it's up to you and I to break that barrier, to make the men who you're doing business with comfortable, that this is a business we're doing, and you are this sort of person, which means you must be somebody who's respectable, and they see you in that way. And that helps break the first barrier. When they see Gilda is somebody I can talk to, she knows her stuff, and I think I can benefit from her. That is one way of breaking a barrier, because, and we know it's been a man's world. So it's up to you and I to break that barrier. That's how it started off.
Thank you, Dr. And just to note, Dr. Gilda was the first female to be elected as the FKE president in 65 years. So she knows something that probably we don't know, so it would be very nice to listen to what she has to say. To add on to that, Margaret, could you kindly help us just share some of the examples of structural or systematic barriers? What have you seen in the market, and how can we navigate that?
Okay, we cannot talk about the challenges women entrepreneurs face without addressing where they stem from. And all these challenges that manifest in terms of limited access to finance or market opportunities or networks, or even shrinking in places like Dr. Gilda is saying, where you get in a room and feel very intimidated as a woman. They stem from deep-rooted systemic issues. Yeah, these are conscious and unconscious biases, institutional practices that continually discriminate against women-owned businesses. And for the women, once they get into that system, they are confined to that particular mindset that, yes, I need to conform to the particular barriers that have been set there, rather than seeing how can you, as a woman-owned business, first of all, starting a business is no mean feat. Running a business, even if you've been running it for 1 year, is not something small. So everywhere you show up, yeah? Show up in that room. Take up spaces. Be very confident, yeah? And it's one of those ways in which we can start breaking down these barriers. And going back to the systems, the systemic challenges that we see that manifest these barriers or present these particular barriers to the women is saying, how do we start talking to the key stakeholders or involving the key stakeholders, because it's an entire ecosystem. You are there as the woman-owned business. You need to access finance. You need to sell your goods and your products. You need to transport your products from one county to another. And every step you take, you'll still encounter these barriers. Whether it's going to the bank to ask for a loan, and they'll tell you, we need a title deed for you to have, collateral so that you can access credit facilities. And I'd like to ask today, how many women here own title deeds? Wow. It's really, well, not a very big number. It shows that we are truly making progress in that particular way. But I would say, despite the systemic challenges that we already see as women-owned businesses, because they did not start overnight, therefore we cannot expect them to be dismantled overnight. But we can make steps. We can take very bold steps to ensure that we create, whether it's the government, to create enabling environments with the policies, if it's the women-owned businesses, to ensure that when there's a call for public participation, you show up in those rooms where matters that are being discussed that touch on your businesses, to ensure that your voice is heard. Yeah, that's what I'll say for now.
Maybe Margaret, before you pass over the mic, how do the women know? Where are people calling? Where are they being called? What are the platforms? Where will they see? Because sometimes women just see things on TV. Oh, there was public participation. Where should they be? When I was going through your profile, you sit in very many boards. You have very many organizations. How have you known that this is where I need to be? Who invites you? Where are the people who are inviting others? Where do the ladies find them?
Okay, let me start with the first part of your question, where you mentioned about where the call for public participation is made. Most of them are made in the newspapers, yeah, and amplified by the various leaders that we have in the space, that there is a public participation that will be on this day at KICC or whichever place. So yeah, be on the lookout for that. And also institutions like Strathmore Business School, yeah, being in spaces like this where incredible conversations like we are having today are made so that you can get to know where is the action taking place, where do I go to access this particular information. Yeah, so there is that, and you can either participate in person or even write so that you give your views. On the other hand, about knowing where these opportunities are, yeah, I like that today we have so many women-owned businesses that have shown up today in this room, which means you're very intentional about accessing knowledge, being part of a network where you can highlight your business and what you're doing and listen and get to network with other entrepreneurs and key stakeholders in the ecosystem so that you get to understand if it's challenges, they are not just unique to you as a woman-owned business, wherever you are. They're not just unique to us here in the room, but you'll realize talking to your peers, you're facing similar challenges. This is a place where you get to hear from seasoned women-owned businesses like Dr. Esther Mushemi, sharing her story that yes, you can create wealth using a value-based system and learn from the incredible people here. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Margaret. That was good. So keep writing your questions somewhere. We will, at some point, we are going to pick 2 or 3, and then at the end of the panel, we have a lot of time. We have 1 hour. So at the end of the presentation, we'll pick a few more. So the next question goes to Dr. Esther Mushemi, and I agree with Margaret. When you go to search forums, you learn 1 or 2 things. The last time I attended a session that Dr. Mushemi was speaking, she didn't see me, I didn't talk to her, but there has been a significant change in my business because I went and repeated a sentence that she told us. So she said, she was just giving an example. Then she told us, I tell my staff, if I spend a sleepless night because of you, you will not have it easy. I could not wait for the following day for a staff meeting. It has really helped me, Dr. Mushemi. I am really grateful. So I know the ladies will pick 1 or 2 things from the examples you're going to give us. So the next question goes to you, Dr. Mushemi. What is the importance of resilience in overcoming all the setbacks in business? And could you give us strategies and examples of overcoming the setbacks that we find in business, the resilience that we need?
Thank you so much. And yes, one of us has to sleep, and the other one has to wake up and look for solutions. We can't be awake, both of us. In the context, my staff understand when we talk like that. We always say we like to keep it real because it must be real. And so resilience is honestly part of the game. If you are not prepared to pay the price in terms of the sacrifices you make every day, family sacrifices, social sacrifices, financial sacrifices, you might as well forget about ever becoming a successful entrepreneur. Because many are the tribulations of the entrepreneur. And you must find a way of overcoming them. You must set yourself up for success. Because, especially as women, if you keep on waiting and begging the world to give you success on a silver plate, I want to tell you and confirm to you, it will not happen. Because it is everybody to his own world, whether you are a man or a woman. And at where I am today, I've stopped even looking at myself as a woman and caring about me being a woman, and focus more on what I call today, that I'm more interested on the agenda and not the gender. And it's about time we start looking ourselves that way. And who invites me? I don't need to be invited. If you don't invite me, I'll create a table where you desire that I invite you. And so it will be equal. And when we are equal, you either look for me, or I look for you, or we look for each other, or we remain on our lane and determine our success inequally. So I want to liberate the women and tell them, rise up as a person. We are very learned. We are very exposed. Of course, let me tell you something. We have cultural issues. You know, there's something I say. Faith is not the absence of facts. Okay? The facts will still be there as inequality. But we have to find out of ways of dealing with those facts. We go back to resilience. So, fear is one of the things that throws us into a corner and we wonder where next. But this is what I've said and what I believe in. One, fear that leads to failure is a creation of man. Are we together? Do you think God created you to be a failure? No. He loves you. I mean, you are so important. You have a lot to play in the society, isn't it? But over time, men have spoken to us about failure, isn't it? Over time, maybe your parent told you, you are good for? Aha. We went to school, and because I couldn't do maths, I was told I am good for? Now, did we need maths to become a successful entrepreneur? I keep on, well, you do maths, eh? It's a good thing. But, honestly, there are things we must go through, and it's important we go through, but you should not allow them to confirm to you that you are a failure. You are not. And when you fail, because sometimes you will do, because that's part of what we are calling and referring to when we talk about resilience. We are not saying that there will be no failure along the way, and in the journey there will be. But then, listen to this. It is the idea that failed. It is not you. So have the courage to look at that failure like this, and you tell it, idea. You have failed. But it's not me who have failed. So bye-bye failure, I am gone to my next success. That's how you build resilience in your life. I could talk more, but let me give a chance to somebody else.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you very much, Dr. Mushemi. Can already see we have notes and notes and notes. So I would want Sarah Karingi to weigh in on that question on resilience and just give us strategies of how we can overcome and become resilient as women entrepreneurs, and the men as well. Please don't feel left out. Tafadhali.
Thank you very much, Betty. Yes, I would describe resilience as falling 2 times and rising 4 times, or falling 5 times and rising 10 times. What do I mean by this? You face a challenge, but you make sure you come out of that challenge, and I'll be giving you the strategies I used. I'll just give you a short story about myself. the challenges I face, the setbacks I face, and maybe that way you'll be able to understand. And I will show you, not that I knew even some of the things that happened to me and how I was able to deal with them. Do I say that I worked I was a public servant, then I inherited a business from my late husband. So now for 3 years he fell sick, and then after that he died, and of course, I had to take care of him. So I really didn't have skills when it comes to entrepreneurship. So when he passed on, my children asked me, Mom, will you be able to do what Daddy was doing? In the construction sector, we were manufacturing products for construction, made of woodwork, and it was very particular when it comes to finished products. So I'm there, of course, you are mourning, but then I had first of all to ask myself, Sarah, you are there, and to take a break. And I decided to sit down, and because I'm a learner and I love reading, there's one book I came across, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and I saw one word, focus. Follow one course until successful. So I got that solution. So I sat down and I wrote down the things that I was supposed to do, the businesses I was supposed to run, the debts I was supposed to clear. Oh my goodness, there were so many. And the loan which I was supposed to clear, which had accumulated, and I was being threatened that this property will go. But I thank God for networks. And I had to be very brave. There are times I would lock myself in the house, I cry, but sometimes I would cry in front of people with one eye closed and the other one open, to see opportunities and to listen to what could help me. So after some time, I decided now the manufacturing farm, in fact, there was no stock, and I had to talk to the employees who were also very worried because their boss was gone, and I was supposed to take care of them. Some left, so I was left with few. So what was I supposed to do? To talk to them and encourage them in as much as I was mourning. So I had to put the mourning aside and also focus on them. And so what happened next was that, as I've told you about focus, I had to follow, maybe I wrote down everything that I was supposed to do, and I would itemize what was most important. The construction sites that was supposed to, was handling, there were 4 sites, and we also had 2 places we were building for our parents. Expo was actually doing much of the work. My work was only 25%. So you can imagine now I'm taking almost 100%. And along the way then my son becomes an alcoholic and I have to deal with him. So the challenges were real many. So how did I rise up? I fell 5 times, but how did I rise up now 10 times? Number 1 is to believe and to accept. Number 1 is to accept there is a problem. After acceptance, it's just like the way the Bible tells us that accept you are a sinner and you'll be what? The ones who are Christians, they know you'll be saved. The moment you accept you are a sinner, then that is when you receive salvation. So I said, I have to make sure that I have to take care of everything, but I took some time. And so, after I wrote down whatever I wanted, along the way, I realized there were certain challenges as well because I didn't know that people would ask, and then they would also call me. So I went learning along the way. I remember there's a time when now after I had tried to, of course, strategize how to talk to customers, convince them that I would continue with the work. And then when it came to construction, I called the team that was working with my late husband, and I told them, you know what? I don't know how to build. You know, the person who was building is the late Karinge. And I know I'll build. But inside my heart, I was sure I didn't know how to build. But you know what? How many people are entrepreneurs and it's not them who are running the machines or they are doing one business or the other? They have a team of people. So, and I kept listening. So Richard Branson says that we should always empower our employees. So I learned that from Richard Branson, that our employees should come first. So I encouraged them and I told them, I know the person who was doing this business with you is gone, but he was not doing anything other than putting the resources together. And so afterwards, it's when I came now to Strathmore University and I did 2 programs. I learned now how to lift myself up, manage cash flows, manage the children. I took my son to the rehab center because I knew that if I didn't take care of him, sometimes I would be so down. But I knew even if I stayed down, I'm not going to get a solution. So I focused and then I kept praying, and after some time I got helpers. Then in 2010, one of our business was set on fire because that time it was still now rising. So you can imagine now I go back. I'm still building, and this happens. So I asked myself, now should I stop doing? But I said, I think I can manage the 2 because already I have now developed stronger muscles and consulting other people. So in 2010, when the business was set on fire, I sat down again, and through the networks, I was able to get good people, professionals, engineers, an electrical engineer who came. He did work when it comes to motor. The other one came and worked on the electrical works. He did the electrical works, and we were able to go back. But then what I did, I worked with what I have. Sometimes as ladies, we think, because I don't have money, I cannot continue. But at times you can just believe that things will somehow happen. So they came, they helped me. I told them, I don't have money to pay you, but give me time. So over time, we agreed on how I was going to pay them. And I finally managed to pay them after 2 years. Then a roofing expert came after 2 years. He came and helped me to roof our business. And that is how I was able now to move forward as I continued building. So when it comes to loans, the manager who was threatening me, I decided to go to the CEO. So I woke up very early in the morning. I went, saw him, and yes, and because you know those days, secretaries used to block people from seeing their bosses, isn't it? Yes, those days, not today, because the doors are open. So I went very early in the morning. By 6 o'clock, I was waiting at his office, and I told him my problem. Guess what he did? He gave me a letter. I took it to the manager, who was told to extend for me the period for paying the loan. Are we together? Thank you very much.
I think even today, if we want to see the CEO, we can see her.
Yes.
We can?
Yes. The door is open.
What are some of the channels we can use? Because I'm sure there are ladies here and gentlemen with loans that are weighing them down, they are stressing you. The phone calls. I am a business owner. I know those phone calls. You know, you remember you have this and this asset. So how do we do that?
I'm big in networking, and I've always believed that there's power through people. So what you need to do is to find out, and I thank God for social media. Find out if I am the CEO of a certain company and you're looking for me, who are the friends or the people that you know. Find out where also those people go, maybe in golf clubs. And I've been able to get a lot of business from golf clubs. And how do I get this golf club? I know maybe probably I will be able to, someone, say like a Candy, will tell me that, assuming that Betty is the CEO of the company or the bank I want to go and see, the Candy will tell me that this person is my good friend because he, of course, takes the bank for him. And that will then, this Candy, that is what I usually do, because if I want to get connections now in a golf course, I ask, do you know someone who builds, do you know someone who does ABCD? And this Candy is one who will help me. So what I'll do is I will ask, by the way, do you know the CEO of, say, Equity Bank? Do you know the CEO of this particular bank? And they say, yeah, he comes here, so I'll connect you to him. And that is how I make my breakthroughs. Thank you.
Wow. We are learning. Most importantly, Strathmore is here and inviting the CEOs on the stage. Shall be with them after the session. So do the necessary. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Totally appreciated. Please keep your questions. We are just about to give you an opportunity to ask. All right, so let's go to the next question. This one interests me most because it's about mentorship and networking, and how, what's the role of mentorship and networking in women-owned enterprises, and how can we leverage on mentorship and networking. I would have really wanted you, Sarah, to start with that question, but let's go to Dr. Gilda to cover that question first. Mentorship and networking, what's the role? Is it important? Is it important to have a mentor? Can I do it on my own? You know, because you see, I've been working for a corporate, you know, women, the way we tell ourselves, I've been working for Strathmore, I know everything, I'll go and do it. Then you find things are different. Kwa ground vituni, different. So is there a role that mentorship and networking plays, and how do we leverage on that?
Thank you. You know, if I can start by saying, for any mentorship to work, you must peel off the mask. Ladies, I think we are too good at masking. Really. You know, we stop self-sabotaging. This is Gilda. I've come up on stage. Do you see any hair on my head? But this is me. So be confident in who you are. Be vulnerable. Be authentic. I'd said I was going to talk about this. Because I think one of the biggest problems we face, if I may say this, is not keeping things real. In my journey as an entrepreneur, and it's been a long span journey, I started in marketing services, where it was pioneering and below the line marketing services many years ago, moved on to internet service provision, and at that time as an ISP many years ago, before Njeri Rionge came, we were 2 women in the entire ISP space. And I had to be vulnerable. I was not a techie, but I was running an ISP. It was a family-owned business, and I went in to bring in my marketing skills and put its name up, but I had a team, just like Sarah has said. You see, sometimes I've come to realize that as women, we beat ourselves too much. We want to know everything and then feel confident in stepping out. And I say this because even in interviews that I conduct where, at executive level, sometimes I conduct interviews, and you see the men coming in very confident. Or even before that, you'll talk to somebody and they say, I'm going for that job. But they don't have half of the qualifications, but they're taking a chance. And I think that's where we're different. We want everything perfect. So before I come to Gilda to mentor me, or before I as Gilda want to be a mentor, I have to put on this mask and pretend that things have been so smooth. Come on. We have to be real. If you want mentorship to work, we have to stop self-sabotaging and keeping it real. And be able to say, I don't have this sort of money. I don't even know how to do this. I started this, but it was something that was in me, but I don't know how to move from point A to B or from point B to C. And how can you help me? But you see, when it comes to mentorship, the only way mentorship works is if there is a connection. And for you to connect, it means you have things in common. You must have things in common. You see, you may see me as Gilda and say, I want her to be my mentor. But when we sit together, the chemistry is not coming together. So don't force it. Find a place where you connect. Find a person who you can connect with. And mentoring, if I could say this, doesn't mean you have to be a CEO or up there to start mentoring. Start mentoring wherever you are, ladies. Peel off that mask, because I know many don't want to start where they are because they're going to discover that my business is not doing that well. Or they're going to discover that I don't know this bit that well. Do you know in mentoring sessions, sometimes your mentee even says something that gives you an aha moment? It does. And so we must peel off the mask, be vulnerable, be authentic. This is who I am. And then mentoring can take place successfully. Successfully. So we have to be able to keep it that way, be real, identify who has similar values with you. The last so many weeks I've been running series on values, so you can go and follow me on Instagram, TikTok, all those things. I'm talking on values, A to Z on values. So find out, who do you relate with when it comes to values? Because that is the person who can mentor you and bring out the best in you. That's what I'd share at this point.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gilda. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So, Monica, would you like to weigh in on that? How has networking and mentorship assisted you to grow your business and to rise to the top and finally to get the title CEO?
Thank you. Thank you, Betty. I'm just going to add on what my co-panelist here has said, that mentorship is very critical at this time and age for anyone in business, for you to level up to the next level. And you have to get a mentor who can challenge you, who can look at you in the eye. We could be bosses in our offices, but there is no employee there or friend who can challenge you. And that's the space for the mentor. So you can be mentored as well as mentoring at the same time. I will speak around that mentorship and networking by trying to dilute it to the very achievable and relatable things that we do. When we talk about networking and mentoring, it might sound like this is something you need to find in a newspaper or in a certain, like it's a big thing. But it's not a big thing. It's something you start from where you are. Like she said, start from where you are. If it's networking, how many of you, of course everyone I'm sure, is in WhatsApp groups? You're in a WhatsApp group for your former high school, for your former primary school, in your neighborhood there's a WhatsApp group. Those are the people you start networking with. You could be in the same WhatsApp group with someone who would really take you to the next level just because you're in the same neighborhood. But you don't know that so-and-so is in that WhatsApp group because there is not even a chance of knowing your neighbors. You are at workplace, you don't even know the office that is in the next door or the third door. That's the first level. You try work around with where you are. If it's your former campus, your colleagues, they have now scaled to different levels or different areas. How do you tap into that? Once you are in those groups, how do you seize the moment? You know, now we're in the groups, so how do you seize that moment? I like what Sarah has said, that she is able to go even to the golf courts and get those networks. You can see how low she's going or how daring she's being. Be daring. Be daring. The worst that can happen is a no. The worst that can happen is a no. And as Dr. Mushami said, bye-bye that no, and off to the next opportunity. Let's be resilient. Actually, I'll weigh in on the resilience. I want you to look at yourself as a ball, a football, without air. Will it be played? Will it bounce? The air that we put in the ball is the resilience we are talking about. If you put small resilience, it will bounce just here, but it will not go far. If you put enough resilience, the why are you doing what you're doing? Your why has to be so clear that it is not shaken by anything, that you can bounce back, you keep bouncing. You find this challenge, you go to the next, and you're able to bounce back. I think that's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies. I hope we are doing very well with time, are we? Great. We had a whole 60 minutes. We are doing very well, very well. We had a lot of time. All right, so this one, it's a question that I'm sure a lot of ladies would like to know. So how can governments and policymakers create a more supportive environment for women entrepreneurs? And I'm sure this one is actually painful. I remember Elizabeth, and hi Elizabeth, was asking about something in the morning, you know, how difficult it is to access credit, how difficult it is to set up a business, how difficult it is maybe to work with government. So how can government assist us? That's basically the simple bit of it. How can they assist us, especially talking about the regulatory frameworks and access to resources? And this question, I would like it to go to Margaret.
Okay, thank you for that question. Yeah, so speaking of governments, I'd like to start with the story of Job. I know those that are Christians know the story of Job that is told in the Bible that says that the sons of men went to show themselves up before God. But Job was not there. And matters concerning his life, the devil was asking, if you could tempt, have you considered my servant Job? And Job was not there. And that is one intriguing thing that I asked myself. Where was he? He's also a son of God. He should have been there. Yeah, anyway, that you connect that to the government. So we know that there are a lot of empowerment initiatives that run. But these empowerments cannot produce lasting change and impact without including women in the rooms where these policies are decided, so that we can make our voices known. And as women, we like to complain a lot when we meet in forums, on social media, but that's where it ends, yeah? But beyond talking about it, can we now say that we are taking the next step and go to the Ministry of Gender, go to the relevant stakeholders to ensure that we make our voices known and tell them about the challenges that we face. I remember some years back when the ASEC, Association of Startups and SME Ecosystem Enablers, was being formed. There was, all these ecosystem enablers supporting different sects of SMEs across Kenya. And we would also meet in forums and talk and complain to the government. And the government would say, can you form an umbrella body where you can have a collective voice and table it before us so that we can consider, which brought forth the startup bill, which we know it today. Yeah, so these are some of the things that I'm talking about. We cannot have empowerment without having inclusion and also equality in place to ensure that not only are we making our voices known, but also making sure that the government is fully aware. The population in Kenya, we know that half of it is women, yeah? And of all the registered businesses we currently have, 30% of those businesses are women-owned. Yeah, so we play a key role as women in economic development, yeah, in the national economic development, in our families, in ensuring that there's shared prosperity in our nation. But then, as a key stakeholder in this economy, well, if we cannot fully participate in this economy where we are in and constantly conforming to the systemic issues that we've seen that constantly become the barriers that limit the growth, then we are not making progress. And that said, we do have initiatives that we've seen the government do in terms of gender inclusive sourcing, like the access to government and procurement opportunities. And I don't want someone in the crowd here to laugh because we were having that discussion. Yeah, it's a whole other discussion whether it's effective, but at least it's an example that we already have in place. And as I was having a brief discussion just before this panel, I was giving them an example of the procurement, the gender inclusive policy, especially in the government of South Africa, which is a very strict government directive that the businesses there need to empower the black people. It's called the BBBEE. You can check it out. Yeah, and it's a very serious policy. I know in Kenya we already have that policy in place, but the Expo one. But if it came out very strongly as a key government directive with consequences, then I'm sure we'd be able to see a lot of progress realized in that particular sector. So that's all I can say for now.
Fantastic. Thank you, Margaret. Probably the ladies would be wondering, so if we actually voice our concerns to the government, are they going to listen? You see, that could be something silently they are wondering about, but we'll give you the mic so that you can ask the questions. All right, this one goes to Dr. Mushemi. Dr. What's the key considerations for women who are looking to scale their businesses, and how even do they identify the opportunities for growth and scaling? So what should a lady consider? They are here, they are running their own businesses. At what point do they know I need to start scaling, and what should they consider? You said now you have 10 companies. You know, at that point I was like, wow, when I grow up. So what are some of the key considerations and the opportunities for growth?
I think I'll answer that by giving a bit of my story. And before I do that, because I was feeling like I need to share this, is about the topic we have just talked about, networkings and mentorship. I agree with what we have talked about it so far. But I also want to tell the ladies, I'm talking from a personal experience basis. Sometimes mentorship and networking is grossly exaggerated. You may delay yourself and your progress because you think you know nobody and you are waiting for networking. You are waiting. Please start where you are, yeah? Now, you're tumemaliza. What was your question?
Don't you worry, I'm going to repeat. What are the key, in case the ladies want to scale their businesses?
All right, scaling up. Now I know.
Now you know.
Now, scaling up. Now, I started my journey very many years ago. I'm a trained auditor, and I audited more than 10 years. I left partnership audit firm at a salaried partner level. At that point, I was earning good money. Yes, I was. But there's something I kept on struggling with. For a very long time, the one thing that keeps me going is I believe in my greatness. I believed, and I still believe, that Esther, you are created for great things. And so, when I could not go beyond the salaried partner because my mind was set on a profit-sharing partner, and waiting, I waited. I was good at my work. It never happened. So one day I decided there is no man or woman that has power and authority to limit me from achieving my purpose, my destiny, my inheritance. And so I called, yes, thank you. And so I called myself into a meeting and said, yes, this is luxurious. This gives me a door to go to the Modaiga clubs, but it's only very short term. And so I quit, and I started a shop on Koinange Street, and that's where this journey all started. I became a dukawara, gossiped by my friends and my enemies alike, but I did not allow that to distract me. And so the next thing, we are still on the journey to going to expanding. So for 10 years, when I got into telecommunication, I did nothing else. I focused on that and that and that alone. And why did I focus on that and that alone? Now, when I look back, I begin to understand why it was important to focus on one and only one. Number one, I had only 50,000 Kenya shillings left after I set up my shop, and that's what I started with. And honestly, I had nothing else. Now 50,000 ni ya kununua airtime au kuku or whatever. So I had no option but to focus on that one thing, build on that one thing until it becomes. When I look back, the next reason why I could not do any other thing is because I did not have structures that would support me to do any other thing. Listen, I was the cashier at that shop. I was the purchasing officer. I was the accountant. I was the salesperson. Now human tell me, is it possible to do other things? If you want to grow at that point, please grow with the one that you know and the one that you can afford and the one that is possible there and then. It is not a good thing, I'll tell you, that you start today as a rune before it can see the light of the day. Madam Esther comes and tell you there is money in quails. The next day, another one. End game, what will happen eventually? Everything will. The other thing is, I did not have staff, the staff I have today. I am here today and I'm speaking to you today. In fact, today I came even escorted. Why? Yes. Because a time has come when I can afford now to have general managers who manage all my businesses. I can afford to have finance managers who manage my finances to the extent if today I want money, I have to call my finance manager to tell me where money is. I have all these people. Because of that, I am now able to grow. That's the reason why we can afford to have 10 companies today. My companies are managed by competent people, probably more competent than I am. So when I was doing that one company, after the 10 years, I could not even afford to go for a holiday. I need to tell you that so that when next time you meet me in Dubai, you know there are times I could not afford a holiday. And I then started to have a few little more money. And the first place I invested in was in property. And you know what property we are talking about? I brought in Kayole. You know, I brought in, where is yours? I brought in Kahawa Sukari, you know, because this is a point I want to bring out. That's what I could afford then. Today, with respect and humility, I own property in city center. And I say with humility. Today, that's what people talk about because it's out there in the social media. I'm not the one who talked about it. It's because of that property I bought in Kahawa Sukari, and I have 3 or 4 there that I bought that 1,000 Kenya shillings. Today, you know the value of that property. I was in Kahawa Wedani. I bought that property at 100,000. You know how much it costs today. What are we saying? Start at where you are, even when you want to diversify and go to the next industry. From there, I then became known, I started being known. I'm not only in telecommunication, I am also in real estate. Now you think it is big, wapi. It started there with 10,000, 20,000, and that's where we are. After that, we invested in stock exchange. Yeah, then, yes, thank you. And then what happens? We are now in hospitality. Why? Because we now can afford. And how can I afford? Because my banks now can support me. That's how I'm able to build a 10-story hotel on Biashara Street, not using my money, but now the banks can support me. When I started like, as a woman, again, we go to that point of capital, they could not give me money because I did not have security. The first loan I was given of 800,000 was because I had created a security of fixed deposit, and so the banks could give me money. Today, we talk like equals. Yeah? We negotiate with them. Are we together? Even the interest rate, we sit on a round table and negotiate inequality. But it's because over time you have developed a track record, oh my God, thank you, a track record that is recognized not only because you are a woman, but because you are a successful entrepreneur. And that's where we want to be. That's where we want to be. As I talk about this, then, so the other day, then we are now in agriculture. I mean, this was very funny, by the way, how we started. You know, it just, I mean, let me tell you, the next billionaires are going to come from agriculture, so that's why that's why we are here. The other day I was saying, I wish my dad would be alive today and see me in agriculture, the way I used to hate it when I was in the village. And so, this is what I want to say. You start where you are. Give the very best of where we are. Then open your eyes. I see opportunities every day. But let me tell you why I say this to you. Because I have taught my mind. I have taught my spirit, my whole being, that even as I walk aloud, I am open to seeing. And not only have I set myself to seeing, I also have this thing I call the power of asking. This is also something else that women are so weak at. Learn to ask for help. Let your workers help you to grow. Invite them. Today, I tell them, and some of them are here today, I am an investor. You are the owner of the business. And when you get there, then scaling up is, I don't want to say it's automatic, but it is the when do you go to the next. It's no longer even the how, because by the time you go to the fifth company, you have messed up along the way, you have failed along the way, and then eventually you have proved to the world that you can make it. And when you are at that level, this is what I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen. When you learn to do what is right because it is right, the world will have no choice but locate you. And when it locates you, it will accelerate you to the next level.
Wow. That's it. Nothing to add to that. So it's that time. We agreed that you have your question. So we don't have so much time. We only have time for 2 people only. And Dr. Mushemi has said we ask. She shot her hand up first, and she did next. Maybe one gentleman.
Thank you very, very much for a very insightful session. My name is Christine Kahema Muthui. I'm a tax lawyer. And for me, my question to the panelists is how they've navigated running an ethical business, mostly taking into account the nature of some of the work that we do. Running an ethical business puts you out of some businesses, and it's always easier for men to navigate that route than women. Thank you very much.
Let's take all the questions and then only 3 of them. Okay, thank you so much. What a brilliant panel. You guys, you rock. Esther, oh my God. Totally, all of you really are brilliant. We really love what you've said. I have a question, and particularly to Margaret, because you seem to have successfully navigated public participation processes. And I'm curious to know, how did you approach situations where the processes were designed to rubber stamp flawed processes? How did you manage conflicts of interest? And I think it's a follow-up to the question that she has just asked. How did you navigate the whole arena of kickbacks, transparency, and how can we as leaders and change makers use those processes for genuine transformation. My name is Ann Jogu. I am a life coach, and I run a program known as Becoming Limitless, which is a transformational program that I want to teach a younger me how to have the kind of mindset, using my life, using my successes and failures, as Gilda has said, remove the mask, to really share authentic stories of transformation, and inspired by Esther about the power of asking. Becoming Limitless is an investor-ready startup that is ready to bring on board the next partners who are willing to really build one of a company that's gonna go into Africa, because it is time for Africa, but first we have to liberate the mindsets. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. One last one.
Thank you so much. My question is just one question. I'm Brenda from Beyond's Delivery Services. We do last mile delivery services. My question goes to our panelists today. How do I choose a mentor? You see, at times you are so like, how do I choose a mentor? I might fall in someone's hand. Maybe it's my competitor. Like a small SMEs, how do I choose a mentor? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Totally appreciated. So let's go to the question. I think question number 1 and question number 2 are one and the same thing. So how do we ethically do business around here? Margaret, you want to tackle that?
Let me say, the first time I met Dr. Esther Mushemi, I know you may not remember me now. Back in 2017, I was conducting research for one of the initiatives that I ran that is called Women Biz 360, that supports women-owned businesses to address the challenges. And in the course of doing research, I was looking at, I'm a woman of faith, so I was looking at incredible business women that had built value-based businesses, and that's when I came across Dr. Esther Mushemi. And she's talked about the power of asking. I ask. By the way, I'm never afraid of asking. Doesn't matter who it is, and that is what has gotten me even into doors and places where you'd ordinarily just shrink and say, okay, this is not my place. And when I did reach out to her and heard her story of how, you know, she's shared part of it today, how she's built a value-based business without bribes, without corruption, and I think it starts with you. Right now, as you heard what Emo was talking about in the earlier panel, we are grappling with corruption. Why? Because you think the easier way out, whether you're caught by a traffic police, the easier way out is, chukua your 1,000, you don't, just let me go, because you're in a hurry to go somewhere. But it starts with you, yeah? Deciding that as a woman entrepreneur, you're not going to bribe your way through. It doesn't matter how the hurdles are, but in the very end, it will pay off. And then you'll definitely find your tribe. You'll find other people around you that also share the same values. Amplify that, yeah? Amplify that within the spaces you're in, whether it's in social media, in forums like this where we say, yes, it's possible to run a business without cheating on tax, yeah? As a tax lawyer, because I know you experience a lot of that. Even if you have trouble, by the way, KRA listens, yeah? And I'm saying this because I know there was a time I had some tax arrears some years back. And I went to KRA. I went there myself and told them, okay, this is where we are, this is the situation, and it was about an old construction company I had run before. And they listened, and they structured, yeah? They structured that debt so that I'm able to repay it pole pole. So don't be cheated that the easier way out is the way out. If we want to build legacy businesses, change the narrative that we currently see, that corruption is the way out, then it must start with us. Inspire that action, look for other people around you, and ensure that whenever you get a chance to be in those platforms, how many of us know about the National Gender and Equality Commission? You know, some of these organizations that we have in the government, find out who they are. What do they do? Because they are there to ensure that there is an equitable and enabling environment for women economic empowerment. knock those doors and find out and talk to the people and tell them, by the way, I'm a woman in business, or we are a group of women in business that are doing this and that, perhaps in the sector that you're in. Recently, you saw a lot of noise happening on social media about some of the regulations that are going to be passed. Come together if you are women in agribusiness, that you know some of these policies are going to affect you, and go to the relevant bodies and talk about it. Yeah. Otherwise, these policies will be passed out in isolation without taking into consideration the key stakeholders, who are you, the business people, at the end of the day, that will suffer the consequences. Yeah, so speak up. Yeah.
All right, thank you, thank you. This one, Sarah, can you handle? How can someone choose a mentor?
Yeah, thank you very much. I really love mentorship, I love mentoring, and I also love being mentored. One thing you should consider is what are your values, what are your philosophies, what are your beliefs. Now, I think I talked earlier and I said I love social media. Anything I want, I don't really struggle so much. I'll go to social media, I'll go to LinkedIn, and I'll try to look at the people who align to my values, and then I engage them. And there are people who have actually come to me from LinkedIn because they want me to mentor them or to connect them to certain opportunities. So you look at them, at the person that you look at them, go to Facebook, everywhere, make sure you listen to them. Go to even YouTube. Are these people who probably even have scandals? Because a mentor should be someone who is well aligned, someone who is ethical, just as my sister Margaret here has said. So because you see, if you go to someone who has scandals from left, right, center, definitely you start now picking some of the behaviors that they have. And unfortunately, as they said about our country, we don't have to succeed through corruption. Personally, I don't corrupt anybody. And I don't even do tenders just because I know what I want. So even when I want to build for somebody or even for myself, I make sure I look for people who I know will not cheat me. So I'll do a lot of research. When I'm connecting with, say, Betty, and I know she's a supplier, I will not have to keep on going to check to see what she's doing, because I've followed her and I've seen what she's doing. Then I'll follow who her friends are, because, of course, we are a copy of our friends or the people that we associate with. So for now, I think that's what you need to do. Thank you.
Maybe just a quick one on behalf. It's good you connect with them on LinkedIn, on social media. So how do you do that? Maybe someone is wondering, so do I just look for Dr. Gilda on LinkedIn, straight to her inbox and say, hi, Dr. Gilda, can you mentor me? How does it go?
That's a very good question. Yeah, now how I do it is this, and I know some of you might be shocked. I'm very daring, and as Esther says, and I really admire you, madam, is that sometimes we fear so much as women. What will Sarah say if I go to see her? I've just talked about golf clubs. We may not even be a golfer, but assuming that I know, maybe I've gone through social media and I've seen that she's a golfer, I'll just call her and tell her, you know what I'm looking for. I am looking for asking. Ask the people who you think can help you to connect with the person that you want. And you'll find that maybe out of 5 people, maybe 1 or 2 will have a solution to what you need. Allow me just a few minutes, I share with you something I did, which was very weird, because when my friends were telling me, Sarah, you must be daring. You'll not get it. There's this time I really wanted to go and meet the founder of Business Network International. He's said to be the father of modern networking. And I said, Sarah, you have to meet this person, and he's a mentor. I want him to mentor me. So I followed him. I would see where he was moving to, and he said that he was going to be in the Caribbean islands and moving in the cruise ship. And I said, I'll go to the American embassy. And guess what? I went 3 times, and I never got a visa. Every month I would go, I apply, they deny me. 2nd time, they deny. 3rd time, 4th time, I went only with faith and my, passport. And apparently, I would go queue and I go to the same person. So when I got there, he would look at me and then the face would turn pink. Then I said, I wish it can even turn black like I am. Yeah? So because I had this dream and it was pushing me, and I said, I have to meet this person. Do you know? That man, when I saw him, I told him, listen, I've been here 3 times. I'm not going to America to stay there. I want to go, come back just to see one person. Then he was asking me, where will you be staying? I said, listen, I have money. I'm going to stay in a hotel, and I have identified the hotel. So he kept asking me all the time. I don't know whether those people who go to America have to stay with the relatives or what. I don't know. But just to cut this story short, I finally went. I had never been to America. I went from one place to another place, and I never got lost. And finally, I found myself seated in that cruise ship with that man. Guess what he did? Guess what he did? Imagine, after 2 years, and following someone, because I knew if I go to his office, I may not find him. So, there's a quote that by Rick, I think it's called Rick somebody, I can't remember the other name, which says, if you want to go fishing, go to where fishes are. If you want to go fishing, you go to where the fish are. So I had to follow him, and he mentored me for 5 good days. He never charged me anything, but from 30 minutes. So that is what you need to do. When you really want something, you get it by whatever means. Asante sana.
Betty, just a minute. Just to also add on that, on mentorship, and I'm speaking now as a person who has worked closely with a mentor, with a mentee. I'm just talking about how they identified me, just to answer your question. They reached out to me and asked me, Monica, can you be my mentor? And I asked them, what pulls you to ask me to be your mentor? And they told me what they wanted. And I identified that it was so clear in them what they wanted, and it resonated with what I do. I have about 4 mentees that I work closely with, and so what I can say is that you have to know why you need a mentor. Then look for them. Then it clicks. Once it clicks, make it a follow-up. You're the one who really needs this mentorship guidance. Like what she did, she chased. Don't wait. I'm waiting for my mentor to call me for a meeting or for a follow-up. Go be the one chasing them. When can we meet? When you meet, whatever you discussed last time that you need to do, come show that I did this, I did not succeed in this, and I have challenges in this. That gives them more energy to continue mentoring you. So it has to be very proactive, both from the mentee, pulling from the mentor. I hope that also gives you more color. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, the panel. Thank you, Professor, and thank you, Strathmore University. I wish we had a lot of time. We would have done this for a lifetime. So we want to give back the mic.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Be honest with yourself. Was that applause worth what you've just experienced? Me, I didn't tell anyone to clap. I asked you to be honest with yourself. Before you leave, we'd like to gift you, as is our tradition, and I'd like to request Raymond Mutura to come and help with giving the gifts. In the meantime, so for starters, we'll start with, at the far end, with Monica Mwaneki, who's asked a very good question. What makes you want me as a mentor? What makes you want me as a mentor? Next, we'll have Esther, who's given us the paradox. Mentoring and networking are overrated, but also in the same breath, you should learn to ask. And then followed by Dr. Gilda Odera, who said, mentorship works when you peel off the masks. And she also mentioned she has confidence in her hair. Next we have Monica, who spoke passionately. Oh, sorry, Margaret Mudeu, my bad, who spoke passionately about knocking on doors. If you want to lead an ethical business, learn to go to KRA by yourself. Next, we have Sarah Karengi. And Sarah has taught us that social media is a good tool for networking and mentoring. You might end up in the US in a cruise ship. And finally, Betty Moura, who guided our conversations so well. sublimely. Thank you very much, Raymond. Thank you very much, Betty. Next, yes, you may have your seats. So before we go for our break, and I have some empathy for the next speaker, but you're a good audience. You're willing to listen. You will not walk out, right? So our next speaker is Robert Kibara, the Group CEO of HF Group, who is a renowned banker with over 29 years experience, with an excellent record of accomplishment in successfully driving change, business transformation, and delivering outstanding business results. He has previously worked in leadership positions, including Retail Director at NIC Bank, Executive Director, Retail and Business Banking at National Bank of Kenya, Standard Chartered Bank, among other executive positions at Barclays Bank of Kenya. He holds an MBA degree from Strathmore University, a bachelor's degree in banking and finance from the University of Sunderland in the UK, and a postgraduate diploma from the Chartered Institute of Marketing. Let us welcome with a round of applause, Robert Kibara.
Good afternoon. The gentleman who has just been described is not me. So, first of all, before I introduce myself, I would like to pass sincere apologies from our group CEO, Mr. Robert Kibara. He is attending to one of those things that he can't get out of. As the agenda went on, I was hoping he can sneak in and arrive, but he has not been able to, but I am on standby just to tell you about HF Group. Because there was an introduction done, it is only fair I say who I am. My name is Patrick Junge. I'm the Director, Retail and Business Banking. I do a lot of work with women in business and businesses owned by women and businesses in general. I'm heavily involved in this partnership. Last year in October, we were here. And this room is packed. So I think for Strathmore, I think we need to be introducing something to do with women, because the participation, the engagements are very, very robust. So thank you so much. I had a small presentation. I don't know whether we'll have that because I am here representing the group. So ladies and gentlemen, we just wanted to say who HF Group are. We are proud partners with Strathmore University. The world belongs to askers, those who raise up their hand and those who go for things. So we are in partnership with Strathmore, and we go out here to provide information to would-be customers, our customers, and all our partners. So just proceeding on, who is HF Group? We are known by many names. If I was to come here and say, how do you know HF Group? There is someone who will say housing finance, there is someone who will say HFCK, but this is HF Group. HF Group is a listed entity. It is represented by 4 companies. HFC is the bank, where we will be having discussions about access to financing. We have a bank assurance intermediary covering all insurance needs. What we are well known for is property development. HFDI is a company that developed the estate of Buruburu, Komarok, Ngei, and many others. To date, everyone who has come to HF has gotten the key to the house they want. And we remain steadfast in that. And then we have a foundation, which is our citizenship vehicle. If I can proceed, I am told I'm standing between lunch, so I'll be very fast. We are a Kenyan company. 44% is owned by Kenyans in the stock exchange. Britam owns 48%, and the government of Kenya and NSSF own about 7.5%. That is who we are. Next. This is who we stand for. Our purpose is enriching lives. Our vision is to be a top 10 banking group by being the most dependable and loved financial services provider. That word loved is very important to us because we want to connect with our customers and our partners. And those are our values and our mission. Next. We were known as a single product house. Today, we do all banking services. The first subsidiary that you were introduced to is HFC. All of us have known us to provide housing or financing for housing. Today we provide personal banking, commercial banking, government banking, business banking, diaspora, and obviously we are the home of home loan product offering. So this is what our legacy was as a HFC home loan, but now we are giving all the services in the banking sector. Can proceed. The property arm, you know, Dr. Esther mentioned when there was a bit of liquidity, she bought a plot, I think 50,000 somewhere. So we continue to be your partner in the property space. HF as a group has longevity in its DNA. Longevity means staying power. There was a discussion here about greed. Our relationship with our customers is not transactional. Remember, we come from a product that is, you know, nobody takes a home loan for 5 years or 3 years. So longevity is in our DNA. So our relationship with our customers are long-term. However, further to the evolution of the company, we are adding on to the proposition that we give to our clients around the property space. We have what we call landowner wealth management solution. There are a number of people who are stuck with large tracts of land, so they are wealthy but cash poor. We have solutions for them. We do affordable housing partnerships. If you want to develop your property towards affordable housing or you want consultancy around that, we do support on that. We do property advisory and sales services. If you have large tracts of land, we help you offload the properties because you are a known name in the country. Then mortgage origination and fulfillment, which is our core expertise. Next. And then we have a property, an insurance arm. We only used to give mortgage insurance only. Today we give you a full suite of all the insurance solutions that we have. I think in yesterday's paper or today's paper, there was a discussion about how domestic insurance companies are missing out on marine insurance. We are actually at advanced stage to offer these products in partnership with some of these insurance companies. So we are a one-stop shop for your financial services. Next. Focus on women. I'm trying to quickly run. This is us winning an award. We were careful to pick the right picture, not just any. Let's proceed. So for us, I think women wear different hats around the world, diverse roles and responsibilities. And to be honest, if most banks, I don't know about out there, what I can say is banks take money here from person A, and that person may be male, female, or a body corporate or a government. And they give person B. That person may be male, female, body corporate, or a government. The number one decider of that decision of giving money to person A, company A, or company B was spoken to very well here. And I like one of the comments that were made. You have something that you are doing. If you are consistent to it and you start creating value, you will attract money. And we have been known to be in real estate. But do you know people lose money in real estate? Unajua watu wanasemanga, si niko na plot. But the plot can be there, and for one reason or the other, because of lack of longevity, consistency, or change in circumstances, things don't go well. However, what we have seen consistently, statistically, from a credit perspective, women-led businesses tend to do better from a repayment perspective than the other ones. Now, it does not mean you have a blank check or a green card. No, in the spirit of going to the US, or a green card. It doesn't mean you have a green card. But there is an advantage to it. So, what we have seen is, we look at all ladies and women businesses with different lenses, and we'll be speaking to that later. But I want to highlight the lady who is raising her hands up. We all know her. Faith, yes? So I think what I want to speak to is our unique approach to doing business. Now, one of the things that we've done is that we have partnered with Athletics Kenya as a body. And what we have done is to say, how do we give dignified living standards for athletics after they retire? It's a very short career. And the reason why you pick that is because one of the people who has benefited from one of the initiatives that we are doing are some of the athletes in the country. And what we have done is we have created a program where they can begin to save for home ownership. And today, some of them are in the process of identifying property. Now, how does this relate to ladies? For us and women, for us, what we do is to say, we will walk the journey with you step by step. And because we were able to do this with Athletics Kenya, we are at an advanced stage of isolating proposition for women only towards home ownership. Because they are the same people who will run, we celebrate them in the country, but when you have seen the stories in the media, how they end up not having dwellings, or they are not able to transition their wealth to be sustainable over and above their active life of running. So if we can go to the next one, then we'll just elaborate on these things. Okay, just keep going. I just spoke to all this in one go. Oh, and they're breaking barriers, hopefully. Yeah, so this, I'd like to speak to this. So I think this captions everything. So we are doing capacity building. So if you'll see, we have very little to do with our products. What we talk about is actually the journey towards becoming who you want to be as a partner in your life journey. So for example, this particular training program, I mentioned in October last year, we were here. This year, we continue to partner with Strathmore towards providing information to our partners. Now, to give an example on why these things make a difference, there was a lot of talk of Expo. So KRA, who we are in partnership with, for their suppliers, called a session earlier in the year, and they asked a few banks, please tell your customers that we have this session on sensitization, and we will also be calling people who supply to us. And I think it is Margaret who spoke to this. This was put in the newspaper. So the first one that we went to, the room had barely 20 people. So we went back, we told our customers, and there was a sensitization that was done. When we went back, at least there was better, not as big as a crowd as this. But you would imagine one of the best paymasters is KRA. So this thing about information flow and programs that relate to getting the right information for what you are doing, I think we need more and more people participating in them. Because in that forum, there was a lot of information dissemination, and more importantly, there was a registration desk and what you do. So something else that matters is, if you then participate in these things and work with your bankers, in this case, HFC, we are able to tell our clients, and whenever we are invited to this, we share this information with them. It becomes more powerful for the would-be participants, and we see that translating into business. I think this is the other things. If you're looking to invest in any of the excess funds that you have, we are a trusted name in the property space, and those are the properties that we are having. Next. You can just skip this. Wow, okay. They have been a bit mixed up. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, I'll close by giving a story that is actually today is currently in the public domain on how HF does its partnership with both clients and any other entities. A few years ago, we began the journey of uplifting and ensuring as many people as possible participate in the wider economy around the property development space. And what happened is, the Chinese would come, they do all these large projects, a lot of money moves around, but it ends up going. And in the affordable housing space, there was a policy that was created that said 25% has to go to the local community, has to be local, Kenya. Now, 25% of a 2 billion project is 500 million. Today, the bank that is holding the hand of those individuals, and they are called Juakali artisans, when we began with them, when it rains, they close because they were truly Juakali. Now today they have set up companies, they are participating in that, and they're able to give services with financing from HFC. Now, how does it tie? When they started, usually the predominant group wins. So in a Juakali grouping, there are 2 ladies and 10 men. So what happens? They get the tender of 20 million. The ladies, so they assign it according to the work, and the women in the group, because it's a very labor-intensive process, the job they are getting is to paint, for now. Now the conversation has moved to the ladies who are in these groupings, can they come together, tender as a unit, and we walk the journey with them so that they can access the funding that we have earmarked for this. We announced this sometime a year and a half ago in December. We have earmarked 4 billion to support Juakali artisans in this. And what we are seeing is that as they become formal, the conversations are changing gradually. Why does this matter? The process of creating wealth is not an instant. It is a step by step. I think everyone was mentioning that here. It's a step by step. Be open to evolution and grab the opportunities as they come. So with that, HF Group is open for business. If you can go forward, please. Next. 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 Yes. We'll give you a full suite of banking services, both you and your business needs. We give improved processing efficiency, intimate understanding of your requirements, a focus of creating great relationships with you. A relationship is not a transaction. It's very long-term in nature, and a team ready to serve and to walk the journey with you in your investment journey. And we take a constant improvement attitude to everything, and we want to be digital-based. This is our commitment to you as our partners. Next. I think with that, we have an annexure we have a video of one of our customers. She owns a school in terms of what we have been able to do with her. We have won some awards in the digital space, customer experience. What I can say is what I leave on the screen is just a video playing of one of our partners who has been very happy with the services that we give them. Thank you very much. We will engage as the day goes by.
We appreciate you, Patrick Junge. Did I get that right? All right, good. I think there are some really amazing things that are happening that we could plug in there. I think you noticed a 10% discount for enterprise programs. So what can happen, you can scan this QR code. It will take you to a link that will have more information around that. And probably now you can continue to pursue that opportunity there. And furthermore, to the question of the programs that are offered here, if you have this particular booklet, on page 2 of it, it lists all the programs that we offer, and you would want to look into them. If you go to our website, there's a lot more detail around that particular program, what it covers, how much it is, the time period for learning, what will be required of you. And I think it's important that you plug into some of these programs just to allow you to get the information and exposure that will enable your decision making to go that next level higher. So we appreciate you looking into these programs. If you have any inquiries about it, there's usually an email there. When you send, one of us is able to respond to you. So please look into these programs. They're a great investment in terms of growing your skill set and your mindset, which have already been mentioned. Is that okay? Is that okay? Yes. Good. So it's about that time. We're about to head out for lunch, and I know you're excited about that, yes? Yes? But we have a culture in Strathmore, and it's important. We usually have to issue this disclaimer every time there's eating involved. We clear after ourselves. It is part of our culture. If you've ever taken a program with us, we clear after ourselves. So what that means is you will serve, but then after you're done, there are going to be particular places that will be designated for you to take the plate and the cup that you've used and the cutlery there. So no one is going to clear after you. You're going to clear after yourself. So what's going to happen is I will ask, there are meal cards that are going to be assigned to you. I think they're ready. Somebody please signal me whether they're ready. We're good? Okay. So there are meal cards that will be assigned to you. There'll be a couple of people on this side and also a couple of people on this side. So we don't want a situation where everyone leaves at once. So we will ask first our distinguished guests to exit, those who are here with us. And then after that, I will ask, that would be now. Now would be a good time to start exiting, because I know I do not want to run this crowd impatient. You've been seated for a while. And then after that, I will ask, thank you. You can start heading out. Yeah, after that, I will ask this whole column, this one, you will exit through. All right, Mike, you will exit this column, exit through those two doors, this column, exit through those two doors. These two columns, kindly wait, just for a few minutes. If we can have some music playing, that would be good, but in a way that I can be heard, yes. Thank you so much for being patient with us. I know the program has overrun. Apologies for that. But then we also told you to take 10 minutes. You took 30, 40 minutes to get back in here. So that played into how the program overran, but we apologize for it. Okay. So my co-MC has interesting questions to ask you as we wait.
No, I don't have questions. Some of you had wanted to ask questions in the middle of the panel, and you are not able to. And I know the panels are not here, but if you have anything that you might want to raise now, then we'll bring it up as the different panels come up. You can raise it now. Yes? Anyone who has a question that was burning that they didn't get a chance to raise? Yes.
All right, as he's asking that question, just 1 minute. The people in this column, please feel free to exit through those 2 doors. So you can go ahead with the question.
My name is Ndwati. I don't know whether you can hear me.
Yes, but partially.
Yeah, so the question I had is something that was very much of a concern for me because I am a father of daughters, and when the panel was seated there, my